T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and Dan, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
You wanna hot body? You wanna Bugatti? You wanna Maserati? You better work, bitch. You wanna Lamborghini? Sitting martinis, look hot in a bikini. You better work, bitch. You wanna live fancy, live in a big mansion, party in France. You better work, bitch. You better work, bitch. You better work, bitch. You better work, bitch. Now get to work, bitch. Now get to work, bitch. Bring it on, won't stop now, just be the champion. Work it hard like it's your profession. Watch out now, 'cause here it comes. Here comes the smash up, here comes the master, here comes the big beat to blast off. No time to quit now, just time to get it out. Pick up what I'm putting down. Pick up what I'm putting down. You want a hot body? You want a Bugatti? You want a Maserati? You better work, bitch. You want a Lamborghini? Sip martinis, look hot in a bikini. You better work, bitch. You wanna live fancy, live in a big mansion, party in France. You better work, bitch. You better work, bitch. You better work, bitch. You better work, bitch. Now get to work, bitch. Now get to work, bitch. Break it up, break it down. See me coming, you can hear my sound. Tell somebody in your town. Spread the word, spread the word. Go call the police, go call the governor. I bring the trouble, they bring the trouble. I make the bubble, call me the bubble. I am the bad bitch, the bitch that you never know. Hold your head high, fingers to the sky. They gon' try to try ya, but they can't deny ya. Keep it moving higher and higher. Keep it moving higher and higher. So hold your head high, fingers to the sky. Now they don't believe ya, but they gonna need ya. Keep it moving higher and higher. Keep it moving higher and higher and higher. Work, 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 work. Work it out, 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 work it out. You better work, bitch. You better work, bitch.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Good morning to you guys. I have to dry the tears from my eyes. That's funny. Oh, man. Oh, good times. I hope that got you guys pumped up this morning. Got me pumped up. I know that's for sure. Got to get to work. April Fools, I can handle the pressure. What I can't handle is these diamond ball pressure. Oh man, I see Donald wants me to go straight to work. Donald's like, get to work, bitch. Donald's like, hope to get clarity on how exactly the potential stock dividend issuance screws the shorts. I've been reading a lot and watching other YouTubers, and it doesn't seem like there's a clear answer. You know what? You're not going to get a clear answer from me either. I'm going to tell you that straight up in advance here. So the general theory behind it is that every broker who has a inventory of shares that are potentially owned by customers, they're going to have to, if it's 3-to-1 split, they're basically going to have to obtain 3 additional shares for every 1 share that somebody owns. So somebody's going to have to create those. Market maker is going to create those shares, then they're going to pass them out. Problem is they're going to have to make more than they're supposed to have to make. So where are they going to find those extra ones from? So the only way that they can really, the way that I see it, the only way that they're really going to be able to do that is they're going to either just have to take it out of their own pockets and just make more shares and dig into their own pockets to create those shares, or they'll have to do some kind of recall of the shares and make sure that there's only the correct amount of shares available and issue shares based off of the correct amount of shares that are supposed to be available. One of the two. I really don't know the answer. I really don't. I've never honestly seen anything quite like this happen before to the, period. I've just never really seen anything like this. So I'm not sure how it's going to go down, but I guarantee you it's going to be painful for somebody. It's going to be painful. That's your choice, Tano. I can't tell you what to do before. I can't tell you when to buy. I personally would probably buy before the split because then you get more shares, but your shares will be worth the same amount. But I think I would technically buy before. That's what I would do. It just so happens that I told you guys I was going to have an opportunity to be able to buy again. I have a very unique opportunity, and I thought I was going to be buying in the after hours last night. This is why I tell you guys all the time why it's so important to make sure that you have after hour and pre-market trading abilities. I mean, look what happened. Look what happened in the after hours. It goes up, it goes down. There are definitely going to be times where you're going to want to make trades during the after hours. For me personally, unfortunately, I couldn't get the monies from my bank over to Fidelity in enough time for me to be able to make the trades that I wanted to yesterday. So I got to wait for settlement of the cash funds. But I'm going to be looking for positions to take, and I will be purchasing more. I wish I could have gotten in at a lower price, but as I always feel, and this is just my personal opinion, as I always feel, it's never a bad time to be buying shares when you're under $60. No, 40. No, was it 40 or 60? Maybe it was 50. I don't know. I had a specific number way long time ago before the June run up where I was like, okay, once it hits this number, I'm never going to talk to anybody about this play again because they won't understand what it's about. So, and I'm pretty sure it was either 40 or 60, 50. I think it was 40 or 50. Might have been 50. It's kind of like that break off point where those people who get in after that certain price, they're just not going to understand the swings. And they won't understand what it's like to diamond hold, and they could end up getting hurt. So it's just kind of like one of those self-imposed rules on myself that I just wasn't going to talk about it after a certain point. Well, they have to issue the shares, Donald. So the shares are issued. But they're not going to be able to just. So here's the deal, though, Donald. Like, let's just say, for example, let's look at GME. And yes, that is their expertise, but only in small quantities, right? My True Demon MOASS trigger indicators, as far as the synthetic naked shorts that they create out of thin air, are different. But if they were to use that as a method to be able to create them, those turn into that begins the cycle process of failure to delivers, in which case you start seeing like a compounding issue happen. So if you come over to GME and you look at how many total shares that they have in the free float, they've got 63.29 million. So let's just assume that they had like, I don't know, let's just throw out some random number, like let's just say that they had 100 million shares in existence instead of 63.29. Then that means that 40 million shares would have to be created. 40 million shares times 3 would have to be created, right? So then you'd end up having 120 million shares that they would have to create out of nothingness. 120 million shares. That's me estimating that the total free float is only less than half of what it currently is, and I guarantee you it's way worse than that. It's way worse than that. I mean, you could just take their average 3-month volume. Let's see what it comes out to here. Average 3-month volume is 4.68 divided by their free float of 63.29. 7.3% of their daily volume is traded on the market. A normal number would be something under 3%. So they're at least, I mean, it's that many times over. For every percent, it's like that many times over. So they're like 4 or 5 times over, more than likely. But right now they're trading on low volume. If they started trading on higher volume, higher synthetics, then their average 3-month volume would be much larger, and you'd see a much larger percentage. It just gets worse and worse and worse once it becomes more realized as to how many synthetics there actually are. Um, it would be nuts. It'd just be absolutely nuts. I'm going back and reading what you guys are saying. Good morning, Maggie. Let's see. No, this is dancing. Uh, I feel like I'm at Roxbury. I had a special reason for the music today. I had a special request. It's Casey's workout music. Actually, my wife wanted me to play this song at one point. Let's see. Joe, I'll be buying shares of AMC. AMC is looking great. Good morning, Benjamin. The volume for GME is currently 91,000. I'm actually looking at it right now. AMC is at 171. I feel like you're joking, AV. I do think we'll beat Max Payne today. Anthony, actually, so at one point, Anthony, I was looking into Cinemark, and Cinemark actually used to trade their 3 month average volume was under 3%. As time has gone by, the amount of let's look at them. The amount of shorting that's been going on within Cinemark has actually gotten pretty insane. Let's see, they have 2.8 million average volume divided by their free float of 106.64. They trade 2.6%, so it's actually still under 3%. Yeah, it was shorted really heavily, and now it's a little bit less shorted than it used to be. I was watching it at one point, and I'm pretty sure it was up to 4% at one point, but right now it's only at 2.6% of their total floats traded on a daily basis. I mean, look, they don't even have orders going through the order book right now. You know what? Here's what you guys do. You ever have one of those coworkers that comes up to you and it's a hater? Make sure you give them like one of the healthiest, like crazy trades laughs, and like give them like the crazy trades eyes, and then just laugh and laugh and laugh until it gets uncomfortable, right? And right at that point where it gets uncomfortable, just dead stop laughing and look straight them in the eyes and say like, "I just bought more." Just watch the look on their face. Watch for that look. The moment that you say, "I just bought more," you're going to see a look on your face that will be priceless. Absolutely priceless. You'll never, ever, ever forget that look. I mean, I didn't really explain much, Donald. Probably not any better than there was actually a space call I was in last night where they were talking about it, and there were some very knowledgeable people, and even they weren't quite 100% sure how this was going to go down. But it's not going to look pretty for somebody. That's for sure. I mean, just having to create shares for shares that are in existence that aren't supposed to be in existence is the most crucial part to it all. I mean, it's not hard for them. They get a free ride on the first for our stock. For our stock, they get a free ride on the first 516 million, right? Like if we were to have a 3-to-1 split, they would get a free ride on basically 150 million. I'm just rounding it off. Or I'm sorry, 1.5 billion. They would have a free ride for the first 1.5 billion, and then every share in existence above 516 million shares, they would have to do it a 3-to-1 creation of those shares to match, and they would have to pull it out of thin air, and it would have to come out of their pockets. It would either come out of their pockets, or they would have to fix the 3-to-1 ratio beforehand. I'm sorry, not fix the ratio, but fix the synthetics that are in creation in advance before they start issuing shares, so that it wouldn't come directly out of their pocket. Either way, it's a lose-lose. Yeah, I got it. It always shows double on um, other brokerage platforms. So on my I always use Webull, so it's what I'm used to seeing, and so I just base my volume predictions based off of what I see on here. Speaking of volume predictions, guys, what did we close at yesterday? I had 90 to 110 million for volume. I'm just curious, did we break 90? We were so close. No, we didn't. It was 88.8 million. Wow, I was so close. 90 to 110 is what I said, and we hit an 88.8. What a letdown. Casey, is 500,000 shares going to be available to borrow going to be bad for AMC today? No. In fact, the likely reason that you're seeing all those shares returning is because they know that they're going to need to lend a lot of shares. So they're taking a lot of short interest off of the books, which gives them the ability to be able to loan more shares. When they've loaned shares for short interest, they take that off the books. Now they got a whole bunch of shares to loan. This is why you always see short interest drop right before a big rise in price. And it's also the reason why you see a spike in the available amount of shares to loan too. I don't know, Nosa. I really don't know that. Well, actually, I mean, there's theories. Do you want the tinfoil hat? Wait, I can get it on. There we go. The tinfoil hat's on. All right, you want it? You want the reason for this, Nosa? If you were a long time ago, this was proposed a long time ago, because I know you're gonna just love me talking about Amazon again. A long time ago, it was proposed that Amazon was actually having hedge funds short AMC specifically so that they could buy out the company when it got low enough in price. They were going to buy out the company and then take over. Why would you take over the second largest chain in North America of movie theaters when you could take over the first? There's no reason in taking over the second largest chain and still having your biggest competitor against you when you could go after the first. There you go. That's the reason. That's the tinfoil hat reason coming out of Casey Shaw. I can take it off. It gets hot underneath a tinfoil hat. Now I know how a turkey feels. Doug wants me to. I have an animal. I have Stonky Kong. I have Stonky Kong. He's right here. My wife got that for me one day. I don't remember where she was at. She said she was at Kohl's or something, I think, when she got Stonky Kong. I got Stonky Kong. He's my animal. Hayden, I'm not sure on I'm not sure yet on whether or not the dividend is going to be the actual share split, but that's what I had heard at one point was is that the dividend was the split. I'm not sure if there's going to be a dividend separate from the split or if the dividend is part of it. I haven't actually gone through and read the documentation, which we can do. We could do that this morning. We could pull it up and see. I wasn't really as concerned about it as much because it's not AMC related. I just know that it's going to have an impact on AMC. Excuse me. Tim, I don't know the answer to that. That is correct, Oland. So this won't dilute because each share owned will gain 3 shares, not 1 but 3. Yet only if they sell. So the dilution would only occur if selling occurred into the market. So that is correct. I don't believe so. I mean, they can try to twist it if they want to, but yeah, actually, no, you're right. They probably will try to twist it. Oh, Micah, you're gonna make me put the tinfoil hat on again. You're literally gonna have me put on the tinfoil hat again here. All right, you ready for this? No, I don't even want to put this on. I don't even want to talk about this. This is gonna be so tinfoil hatty, it's not even funny. All right, here we go. SSR has tripped in the past on AMC, both in January and in May, 3 days prior to the big run up. On GME, it tripped in January, 4 days before the big run up, 4 business trading days. I don't care where the news came from. I don't care whether it's the catalyst. I don't care what it is. It seems very odd to me. It seems very odd to me that the SSR can trip without the news happening first. Almost as if the market knows news before the news hits the news. Tinfoil hat, it's very strange, but yes, when we tripped SSR 3 business days, it's going to be Monday or Tuesday. Tinfoil hat. No dates. No dates. I throw out dates. Slapping. Slapping is slapping too soon, Mitch. That's what's too soon. Where have you been, Mitch? Have you been living under a rock? If you don't know what I'm talking about with slapping, you need to go watch. Just go to YouTube and type in Will Smith and Chris Rock. Yes, that is correct, Oland. There will be a demand for those shares. Yeah, and Joe's saying 4-1 and 13-1. He meant 4-1 and 3-1. 4-1 to 3-1. So I originally had been saying 4-1. Then I saw everybody else saying 3-1, and when I looked at the numbers, I was like, yeah, well, that actually really is more towards 3-1. But it does seem like there'll be a remainder, doesn't it? It's like, wait, what? Uh, you had 13-1. So if you come over here and actually you did mean 13-1. If you come over here and you look at how many outstanding shares they actually have, they only have 76 million shares. So, when you start adding up the numbers, you go like, wait a minute, what? It's quite a big difference, right? There's a big difference there. So I'm not sure where all the rest is. Like I said, I haven't gone through any of their documentation. It wasn't AMC specifically related, so I didn't go read it. But I did notice the discrepancy as well, Joe, about the difference in shares. Meat Jacket just so for those of you that didn't see in the community, I maybe I should delete it. I went into the community thing, and I'm gonna edit it, or maybe I'm gonna reply to it. we go. So I said in the community section, I said I just can't do it anymore. All the pressure the pressure is just too much. So now I'm adding a comment in there. It was supposed to throw you guys off. You're welcome, Oland. Crypto bleeding. Someone needs money. Yeah, it's down, what, 2,000 it looks like, at least on Bitcoin from yesterday. Yesterday was 47 yesterday. I said there is going to be so much resistance to this price movement upwards. You will never see so much hissing, pissing, and pooping from hedge funds than any other time, because this is absolutely going to just put a kink in their day, and they're going to be super pissed. I'm fixing my internet connection here, guys, because I noticed that it's not looking good right now, so I'm trying to fix it. Give me a second. There we go. Hopefully that fixes it. Dufresne's Guide Service. Good morning. Between Evergrande, Putin charging in rubles, inflation, and other catalysts, now tack on this dividend. This seems like an insurmountable obstacle for the hedge funds. I would agree. It is going to be super, super ugly. Super ugly. Peter, good morning. I'm getting weird stuff happening here on YouTube, so if you guys are seeing, let's talk about backup plans. If something should happen to the show, I typically will try to restart the show at least once or twice. If it doesn't work, I will go to Twitch and I will try to start up a stream on Twitch. My account name on Twitch is just Casey_Shaw. If that doesn't work for you, or if actually I should say, if it doesn't work for me, if that doesn't work for me, then what I'll do is I'll post to Twitter and Reddit, both Twitter and Reddit accounts, and tell you guys what Discord I'm going to be setting up on, or I'll set up a space call on Twitter, one of the two. Not sure which, but in both of those two options, we'll actually be able to talk to each other, so I can actually bring people up. Can you whisper wealthy again? Wealthy. Wealthy. Maybe just gonna beat the devil out of the brush. Become a little wealthy. it's like ASMR. He's like, I just needed to get me going in the morning. I need to hear wealthy. I mean, you're gonna see all kinds of just crazy stuff happen here. They're really gonna. I mean, this is just gonna be. I almost guarantee you, dogs were getting kicked last night. Almost guarantee you. There was definitely some unhappy people last night, for sure. Password for the Discord, 2 weeks. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers. We're actually past time. We're past due looking for the numbers. And believe it or not, I actually already did log into Fidelity. I mean, there's just so much to talk about right now, right? I mean, there's so many things to talk about. Let's take a look at Fidelity. I can't believe that I haven't even, Boris hasn't been in here and been like, hey, get back to your work. Get to work. Let's see here. Let me take you guys over to the other screen. I take no joy in this part right here. 3 of us got points yesterday, and 1 of us did not. The only 2 people that split differences in price was Eric and myself. Eric was on a 4-week, I think it was 4-week win streak, and got wiped out this week. In fact, we all got wiped out. 3 straight missing days of price predictions, and then yesterday, finally, we broke the trend. But I take no joy because I was the low side of the two people that were splitting prices. I was the low side, and I won. I take no joy in it. But I did have my price prediction in first. Sorry, Eric. I don't know what to say. My price prediction yesterday was 22 to 25. Eric was 25 to 28. The only way we could have tied is hitting 25 on the nose. Keto had 23.78 to 26.78, and Monty had 23.32 to 26.32. So price points to 3 of us. Let's take a look at short exempt volume. I said I thought for sure that short exempt volume was going to be over 1 million shares, and it wasn't. I was highly surprised by that. It was actually only 851.3 thousand. But that could have to do with the fact that we were under 100K, or 100 million, sorry, in volume. Could be part of the reason. Let's take a look at updating Ortex. I'm going to go ahead and say this because I'm really getting tired of hearing it. For everybody who says that Ortex data is trash, or they say that it's just not reliable, you're wrong. You're absolutely 100% wrong. It may not be reliable, but it is definitely something that you can rely on to look for trends, 100%. So anybody who tries to discredit Ortex as being a good place to be able to find trends for different indicators that are happening in the market, they don't know what they're talking about. I'm just going to say that straight up front. They have no clue what they're talking about. If you can't see the trends, then you just don't know what you're looking for. So to call it a bad thing, or just to be ignorant and say that you think the data is bad because it's not being reported as it should be, doesn't mean that you can't see trends in the data that is being reported. So, and there's some good trends to find too. Today's utilization is 100% again. Day number 38. 38 days in a row of 100% utilization. If you didn't have Ortex data to show you that the security lending was the reason why utilization was 100%, you wouldn't know. And you wouldn't know that because you don't have Ortex to see security lending volume. That's a great piece of data right there alone. So I don't know if you're watching anybody, or anybody's telling you that Ortex data is trash, stop listening to them. That person has no idea what they're talking about. Let's see what's next here. We're moving on to day over day price change. We had a negative 4.05. Off exchange. Let's see. So yesterday, off exchange had 57.88 and 11.1 in the EDGX. An hour before market close, let's see what the final numbers were. 56.13 and 11.19. So the EDGX was a little bit, about a percentage point less than what we normally see on the 30-day average. On the other hand, though, the off exchange was about 5% more. The total number in, let's see, we had 67.32% traded into the off exchange. Normal amount would be about 64. So there's definitely a lot of price discovery being hidden through off exchange. And let's see what's next. Ortex data does show that the estimated current short share interest of the free float today is 20.57. We'll take a look at those numbers more in depth here in just a minute. Moving to the top right-hand side of the screen, 187.5 million shares owned by institutions. Let's give that a refresh and see where we're at now. 187.519, which is just slightly higher than the 505 I had written down. Max pain. Max pain for the day today yesterday was 23. I bet it's 23.50 now. Let's see if it changed. Nope, still 23. All right, so we started out the week at 18. We moved up to 21.5 on Tuesday, and we've been $23 ever since. Wednesday on. $23. Normally I would say they're going to try and push this down to 23, or maybe just slightly lower than 23, and that may actually still happen. But you're going to see just massive ripping if that does happen afterwards. Very massive. And let's take a look at the sweet options. Where's all our open interest? Highest amount of open interest at a $40 strike price. Yesterday there was 55.6 thousand contracts. Today there's 44.9. The second highest for call options, and the number that we're kind of pivoting off of right now as a high that we want to try to get to is $30. Yesterday there's 27.4 thousand contracts. Today there's 27.2, so a little bit lower. On the put side of things, the highest level of puts was at a $16 strike price yesterday with a total of 15.6 thousand contracts. Today that is lower at 14.2. Let me move a couple screens. And let's take a look at the rest of the story. Here's our utilization. What did I say? Day 38 or 9? Day 38. 38 trading days in a row of utilization at 100%. Here's that security lending volume happening right there. You wouldn't know. You'd have no idea if you didn't have Vortex. On loan amount. Taking a jump up. We hit a bottom of 132.6 on loan amount. Day over day, it went up to 135.1. So we just jumped back up after that nice little dip there. A dipping of the on loan amount is going to decrease the on loan average age per day because fresh new loans are hitting the market, and so that's going to lower that value. So you're going to start seeing a dipping action on the on loan average age per day, as we all know and have seen multiple times that this is a great indicator for showing you a future run up when it hits the bottom of wherever the bottom may be. We're going to watch for that, because that's more than likely going to start decreasing, and we're just going to be looking for a bottom on loan average age per day at this point. And then we just start counting business days, 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 15 business days after it hits a bottom. Estimated short share interest of the free float also spiking up with the on loan amount, which means some of that, or a large portion of the on loan amount from yesterday, was short interest, which kind of makes sense, right? We were moving downwards. Orders by Fidelity. No cost to borrow yet. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC's in fourth. Yesterday they had a total of we had a total of 55% buys to 45% sales. GME coming in ninth. They had 51% buys to 49% sales. Oops, hold on 1 second. SSR trigger price for the day today is $22.18. We'll update that here in a minute. Total amount of shares available to borrow at some point this morning was 500,000 shares. They've borrowed 300 of the available. Borrow fee is at 1.2%. They had up to 4.6 million shares. Oh, they have borrowed today. They have borrowed today. Let's break out the calculator because I'm not going to be able to do this math this early in the morning in my head. Probably ever. I don't know why I'm making things up. I can't do this kind of math ever in my head. Minus, let's see, the bottom on this was 1.17. That's 3.4 plus the additional 300,000 borrowed there. Total amount of shares borrowed for the day today is 3.77, so I'm just going to round it to 3.75. Yesterday they borrowed 3.4 million shares. I had witnessed. I didn't watch the after hours, so I'm only counting the 3.4 that I saw. So far for the day today, though, they borrowed 3.75. A normal borrow amount compared to the past would have been about 4.5 million shares in a day. I did miss my daily volume yesterday. I missed it by about 2 million, 2 or 3 million. It was like 88. I think it was 88, so I missed it by like 2 million shares. I said 90 to 110. I think it was 88. 56.2 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 200,000 contracts are out of the money on the put or on the calls. 148,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts. Here's your short exempt volume. 966, 510, 513, 851. Those are looking extremely delicious. Delicious. Wealthy. Wealthily delicious. Eastern side, the town was pretty green. Pretty green yesterday on the eastern side of the world. So far in the pre-market today, we have IWM up 0.5, Tesla's up 0.43, Amazon up 0.7, Cinemark up 1.62, Doge is down 1.19, Bitcoin is down 0.97, GameStop in the pre-market is up 13.34, our gold mine is up 1.74, 1.04 for Hood, and 3.49 for AMC. Yesterday, our inflow versus outflow, let's see, 109 million shares. Yeah, 109, no, I said shares. 109 million more dollars in inflow than outflow. So far for the morning, we've traded 230,000 shares. That's going to probably get a doubling once we have our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. Once that hits. On the weekly, this is so close. When this week is over, if we start with buying pressure, this is going to cross over on the Vortex indicator. Anytime we've had like big moves, look at this same exact pattern prior to January's run up. Same exact pattern forming right now. And when this thing crosses, it took a week for things to have happen and come to completion, but only because they were forced completed. We are really, really close to that. Super, super close. Prepare yourselves, guys. I hope you're ready. You can see it on the daily chart here. We attempted a breakout of this very long wedge. This wedge is from actually you could probably start it from August to current, and we had an attempted breakout this week. I mean, it's looking really good. It's looking really, really good. More buying pressure than selling pressure here with RSI at 50.71. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.35. On the hourly, we have more, ooh, that's hard to say. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.47, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, we have a crossover within the last 30 minutes. Actually, that's within the last hour. And RSI is at 45.67. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure. Is already outside of showing oversold territory with RSI at 28.38. Much easier for them to manipulate price in the pre-market and after hours than any other time. Let's see what our news is. What investors should know about the stock split plan under AMC. So voters are going to have to vote on the authorized approved shares. Shareholders will vote to authorize an outstanding share authorized from 300 million shares to 1 billion. Apparently, what that means to me is since they don't have that many shares listed on the market, then they're holding on to shares, which means, and they're out of debt, which is good. So they're not diluting. They have additional shares, and they're not diluting. The increase will allow the company to implement a stock split of the company's Class A common stock in the form of a stock dividend. So they are saying a stock dividend. It's not a dividend and a stock, it's a stock dividend. The increased share count could be done to provide flexibility for future corporate needs. The filing said, what this tells me is that the company's not going to be making, since they're saying it's a stock dividend, that means the company's not going to be making money on the issuance of the shares. So that's why it's different than dilution. Because dilution is when they ask for additional shares and then they hold on to them and inject them into the market themselves. They're just giving people shares. Here you go. Here's 3 additional shares for everyone you own. Thank you so much for being an owner of GME. Congratulations, you just made $166 times 3, because that's how much it's at right now. Or actually, it's higher than that. It's 187. They're going to give everybody, every shareholder who owns a share of this will receive. I mean, it'll be exponentially worth more when the price starts shooting through the roof. But I mean, they're really just giving a dividend of. I mean, if it hits like $200 by the time they get it, it would be $600 of a dividend for a share, one share that's worth $200. That's pretty massive. It's really massive. GameStop said it would also ask shareholders to approve a new incentive plan to support future compensatory, I can't say it, compensation equity issuances. So they basically saying they want a little bit of a bonus plan added that would replace the 2019 incentive plan now in place. A date has not yet been set for the company's annual meeting. The 2021 event took place on June 9th, and the 2020 event took place on June 12th. A potential stock split would follow a similar shareholder proposal put forth by Tesla. Also announced 20-to-1 stock splits earlier this year that have yet to take place is Google and Amazon. A lot of familiar names popping up here. Here's our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. We're at 182,000 shares traded so far. Let's see what this turns out to be. So far, it's only looking like 30,000 shares, which would be unusual. Very, very unusual for it to not be a lot closer to doubling. Interesting. Wow. It was only 32,000 shares. I don't know what to make of that. Today will definitely be one to remember for the history books. 215 minus 32. We were at 183 basically. 183 prior to the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. It only added 215. All right, I'm gonna go with for volume prediction for the day today. I'm gonna go with 45 to 65 million. So I'm really getting the number that I'm really coming up with is 43 million shares traded for the day today. That's the number I'm really getting, but I'm trying to put it that on the bottom side because I have a feeling there's going to be some additional volume that is unexpected. So I'm trying to guess towards the higher side. So I'm going to go with 45 to 65. That's my volume prediction for the day. I'm on GME. Son of a gun. Thank you. I'm like, wait a minute. Something's not right here. Doggone it. I was like, I could have sworn the volume was much, much higher. Thank you guys. I'm sorry. I was like, that's not right. These numbers aren't right. Something's weird here. Okay, this looks way more normal. We had two. See what happens when this is why I only cover AMC. I'm like, something doesn't look right about this. I've never seen this before. Okay, we had 209,000 shares in our pokey stick of volume. Let me make sure what these other minutes were so I know what to subtract. 6, 7, 8, 13, 14, 15. I'll subtract 15,000 from 471. Man, that was like really confusing the crap out of me. I was like, wait a minute, what is going on here? 209. 209 was our pokey stick of volume. Our volume prior to that was 247. There we go. All right, now we're talking. We're cooking with grease now. Giving us a total of 456 million shares basically going into the prediction period of time. All right, that's so much better. I'm actually gonna give the same prediction today. I'm gonna go Let's go 95, 90. I'm up at 5 million from what it was yesterday. I said 90 to 110 yesterday. I'm gonna do 95 to 115. 95 million to 100 and I know that was such a sad. 95 million to 115 million shares traded for the day today. I wonder if I could do this on GameStop. I've never actually tried doing it on GameStop before. Um, I mean, I'd have to know. I guess I would have to know what their average or what their typical volume is. It'd be interesting. I've never tried this before. So, what was yesterday's volume? I'm kind of curious if I can do this. I've never tried it. Let's see here. Total volume for the day yesterday. 11.2. I'd like to try an experiment and try this sometime. I'm gonna have to try this out. I'm gonna have to try and see if this information. I've never tried this. This is actually all the volume predicting that I do on AMC is 100% from derived from watching AMC and noticing things that have occurred for such long periods of time. This coffee is not hitting hard enough this morning. Oh man, we still love you. Uh, Ross. I gotta get my Beavis and Butthead voice out. Uh, this looks like it's gonna be like 95 to 115 something something yada yada. I got you down, Monty. Let's see, we got you're down for Monty's down for, and congratulations, Monty, for breaking the missed cycle this week. You were part of that. 29.32 to 32.32. I don't even need to April Fools. I don't need to April Fools. You guys don't need to April Fools joke me. I do it to myself. I can't even. Oh my. Don't you guys don't need to April Fools joke me. I can just do it to myself. It's easy. And by the way, April Fool's Day. Happy April Fool's Day. I do want to note, guys, that after the show gets done today, for those of you who are watching right now, after the show gets done today, we're going to have Tony Gennaro about 15 minutes after the hour. So market's going to close 15 minutes after market close. Tony's going to come on. I'm going to restart the show so it's its own standalone, and I'm going to have an interview with Tony Gennaro. I've been looking forward to this. I've got a lot of great questions for him. They're kind of similar questions, some of them as to what I asked Froggy as well, but some are different, some are new. And at the very end, you guys are more than welcome to ask him questions as well. There will be an after. It will be live, and you guys will be able to do your own questions if you choose to. Can I walk you through how I do it? Absolutely, I can. I'm not here to hold any kind of mysteries to you guys. Basically, what I do is 500,000 shares traded at 7 a.m. equates to about 100 million shares traded for the day. So that's like the swinging point, right? So like, so if shares are around 250,000 shares by 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, then you're probably looking around 50 million shares traded for the day. And so I just hedge off of either side of that number, right? So if you got 250,000 shares traded for the day, I would say, well, we'll probably be somewhere between 40 and 60 million. But since we're really close to 500,000 shares today. I'm just going to guess that it's going to be somewhere around like 95 to 115 because it was really close to 500,000 shares. I might end up being a little bit on the high side, which is kind of why I was on the high side yesterday. I think yesterday we had like what was it? I think we had like 385 million, I think, going into 7 a.m. Pokestick, and so I guess 90 to 100, which I felt, or 90 to 110 million, which I felt was like very, very conservative. I mean, sorry, I felt like it was overestimating just a slight bit, and it was overestimating just a slight bit. But I'll kind of put a little, I'll squeeze a little lemon juice into the number if I feel like it needs a little bit of zest, based off of kind of maybe news or anything like that. So that part of it is just kind of like a winging it kind of thing. But for the most part, though, 500,000 shares, you're looking specifically for 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or 7 a.m. My time. And what you're going to be looking for, and this is Webull data, right? If you're watching a different brokerage, you're going to be seeing different volumes. So you really just kind of need to just start tracking it on a daily basis and seeing what your numbers look like, to try and figure out like what the number should be. But if you look at that same number every single morning at the same time, the total volume at 7 a.m., it gives you a great indicator for what the day is going to look like. It's no mystery. It really is no mystery. It's a timing. Um, I like to view it as like the scantron of timings for fractals for the algorithms. So um, it kind of tells all the algorithms that are working together, that hey, today we're going to be trading this much volume, and it's probably based on what they need to settle from previous days. Um, there's probably a lot of factors that are involved in why it's so predictable, but it is what it is. Remtax says 33,420 to 69,420, which is great numbers, good numbers. Mm-mm. I don't think anything is up, Remtac. It's just there. I think what you're seeing is you're seeing a lot of I think you're seeing a lot of um, derivatives that are affecting volume in the very beginning portions of the day. So it I know it seems weird, but the numbers usually work out though. But if I see a 100 million share 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, right? The total amount of volume at 7 a.m. is 1 million shares. Then I know that we're going to have somewhere around 200 million in shares traded for the day, somewhere around there. Price. No, it's not price prediction, it's volume prediction. Hey, Doug, say hi to whoever you want to, man. Don't let anybody judge you. You be you. Yeah, I hear you, Eric. I'm kind of leaning the same direction as well. I'd really like to see it closing above $30 would be absolutely amazing. But I'm leaning more towards an attempt at trying to trip that SSR one more time. In which case, if they do trip SSR one more time, then I would suggest that we're going to be seeing, you're going to have to reset that counter, uh, that we have counting down the days. I forgot to move. I forgot to move SSR trip point to 2218. So let me move that a little bit. This would actually, this lines up really, really well. 22.18 lines up with the turnaround point at 35% down at 22.33. But if they do that, it's gonna be murder. Somebody's gonna be out a lot of money. 26.75. What is 26.75? Anyone? Does anyone know what 26.75 is? I'm kind of curious if anybody's been following along with SPF. The pokey stick went to 26.06. I don't count that as a price. I particularly don't see the pokey stick of volume as a price range for the day. I know I've had some people that suggest that might be the case. I don't agree. Does anybody know what 26.75 is? I've got 26.75 marked up here in blue. I'm kind of curious if anybody's been following along with SPF. Our most current low is 23.26, which was a 32.2% drop in price from 34.33. If we're going to new highs, then we would need to see a 15% or greater push through that point. You really need to see a good push through 15%, maybe even 20% before you can start counting new highs. It just kind of depends on how hard it rips through the 15% mark. But 26.75 is that value. So if we're moving to newer highs, we need to see it rip past 26.75 for us to know that we're counting new highs again. Otherwise, we're going to see some more new lowers, new lower lows than the 23.26. Yes, that's right. Purple Sky's got it. It's going to be the trigger point for new current highs, not all-time highs, but just new current highs from a move up from our bottom of 23.26. Exactly, Purple Sky. It's the break point. We have to push through 26.75 really hard in order for us to know that we're moving to the next levels of setting new higher highs. It also becomes the reset point for a new SPF, meaning that the synthetic price failure can happen at any time after that, right? Once you start setting newer highs, you can expect there's going to be a synthetic price failure at some point. You just don't know when. Doug, that's awesome, man. It's Ross, we're going green today if we break that number. If we break 26.75, I say yes, we're going more green. If we don't break 26.75, and I'm not just talking about touching and kissing it, we got to break through it pretty hard. If we break through 26.75, we're going for some newer highs. If we don't, you're going to see some newer lows than the 23.26 that we saw yesterday. So it just depends on it. It all really just depends. The algorithms depend upon where we're moved to. Like you can tell where it's going to go based on what it does. It's the next. Ross, is a great question. It's the next push up after both the indicators trigger. So if both of those indicators trigger on the same day, then you're looking for the next movement upwards. And what you should do is whatever the most previous high was, subtract 15 to 25, no, just subtract 25% off of whatever the most previous high was to that point, all-time high. Whatever that all-time high is, subtract 25% and start moving in on sale orders. It would be I would start moving in on sale orders anything above 25% from the all-time high at that point. Oh, I wanted to show you guys something. What if it's at a, I don't know what a start P, oh, an SPF is, I'm having, oh, you don't have the total. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So if you don't have the total volume for the day, that's why I show you guys what the volume prediction is going to be for the day. And you can track volume, right? You can track volume throughout the day and kind of get a good estimate as to where it's moving to throughout the day. So you'll know in the pre-market what volume is going to look like by at least 7 a.m. in the morning. So that's great, right? This is the whole reason why I'm trying to give you guys an idea for volume every morning at 7 a.m. It tells you what the volume is going to look like for the entire day. This is the whole premise on why we have to be volume predictors in the beginning of the morning. If you can't be a volume predictor, then you're absolutely right. How would you know if it's going to be day over day volume? Lower. 100%. It's a great question. That's why I track it so closely. Um, I mean, the best way to calculate volume for the day is what I do with the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. That's probably the best way that I know how. If you're just going to do volume for the day as you're tracking throughout the day, then what I would do is I would take 390 minutes divided by, sorry, I would take the amount of volume you have divided by how many minutes have been traded multiplied by the 390 minutes. So so it's basically giving you like how many shares have been traded so far multiplied by if you keep that same pace up the end of the day. Now that's going to give you a number much, much larger than what the day is actually going to end up at. So you're going to have to kind of calculate a little bit for the day and know that it's going to drop throughout the day. Um, but you can still get a really good rough estimate as the day is trading. It's a great question though. I do, Doug. What are you doing when you do the pokey stick method? Could you post it here as a message so I can screenshot? Yes, I can. Um, so just know that 1 million shares at 7 a.m. Actually, I'll put Eastern Standard Time. Why did it do that? Uh-oh. So there you go. I mean, just basically 1 million shares equals 200 million in volume, and just it's a very easy slide. It's very uh, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word right now. It's very linear. It's very linear. So, and then here's the other thing I wanted to show you guys. Yeah, it's very no, it's very very linear. I mean, it's yeah, and it is approximate. I don't nail it. I give myself a 20 million share spread whenever I guess every single day, right? It's going to be somewhere within 20 million shares of whatever it is that I'm looking at. Now, when we get into the hundreds of millions of shares, um, Ross is, I give myself 30 million share spread. So it could be plus or minus 30 million shares of kind of whatever number it comes out to. So I just kind of hedge off of whatever number I get, and I just do a plus or minus 15. That's just Eric for right now. That's just Amy. Yeah, just Amy. I haven't tried it on any other stock yet. I just haven't tried it. I was just saying that earlier. Like, I wonder if I could do the same thing with another stock and see. I would imagine that it's the same exact thing. If you just figure out what their average trading volume is, and then look at your total amount of volume in the pre-market at that specific point in time, to give yourself a reference for what volume is going to be for the day, you can come up with an idea of what the pre-market volume is telling you for volume overall on any given day. Just do that. Just take any stock you have out there. I bet you this works. Find out what the total traded volume is. Go to the 8 a.m. Total market volume at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on any given stock, and I'll bet you that if you run the ratio, you'll be able to figure out how many shares are going to be traded every single day on the stock just based off of pre-market volume. I can. Give me just 1 second, Einstein. Actually, I'll do that first. And then I'm going to show you guys one more thing, and I'm going to take my break. Somebody had asked me to watch Thomas James' review of the VW squeeze and whether or not we can make 10,000 a share. I want to make a very clear distinction, and I want to show you guys something really exciting to show you what it is that I'm talking about is true. It's really cool. You're going to like what it is I have to show you, but let me look at what you asked for first here. You're going to see some crazy numbers, though. I can almost guarantee you're going to see some crazy numbers, Einstein. I don't know. It's not as crazy as I would have thought. Their short interest, the free float's at 0.43, very low cost to borrow numbers. Utilization very, very low at 5.56. On loan amounts are obviously very low, only 621,000. Not sure exactly what else you want to see on here. Definitely some security lending volume spiking up. Eric, it should be at 8 a.m. Eastern and 7 a.m. Central, because I'm Central, and I call it the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. You're welcome. All right, let me show you guys about Thomas James. So I'm not going to play his video or anything, but I'm going to throw it up on the screen over here real quickly. And I want to show you one specific point. I didn't watch all the video yet. You can see I stopped kind of right around here. He's got Volkswagen squeeze up here. Now, the important part, I'm just going to play just a small portion of this because I want to show a little bit of an inaccuracy in what he's saying. But I don't want to key in on that. I want to key on one specific thing that I'm excited about showing you as to what it is, as how these squeezes work, and how you can get in to within 25% or better of the very, very top, and knowing that you've hit the top.
Volkswagen squeeze chart, we can see that Volkswagen.
So let's let me just take him back to this is 4 minutes into his like 10-minute long video. Actually, it's 4:20 where he says it, which I thought was kind of ironic. I was like, hey, how about that? It's 4:20 exactly. So let's just play through just a little less than a minute here.
Shares of AMC are going to be sold at that exact $11,000 price point. Obviously, if we look at the very tippy top of the Volkswagen squeeze chart, we can see that Volkswagen only touched the very tippy top of the squeeze for one singular minute.
Yeah. Okay, no, hold on a second here. He said only for one singular minute. This is the only thing I want to touch on this. He said for only one singular minute, and I screenshotted what he had pulled up here, and you can see indeed $1,000. It was, I think this is a euro, and you can see here the problem with this is that the 27th of October, which if you go and you actually look at Volkswagen, this is correct. The 27th of October was when it did start the squeeze. That is the correct date. And then, because I have mine on a daily right here. This is so each one of these candlesticks represents a day. You can see the 28th is where it definitely reached the top up here at basically like 1,000, right? So he has the right dates, but I want you to notice something. The 27th is the date that the squeeze started. The 28th is the date that it got to the peak. So let's look at something. He has the right chart. He has the right chart, but check this out. Each one of these candlesticks here, the 27th starts right here, right? The 28th starts right here. You can't tell me that these are 1 minute candlesticks because there's not enough ticks in here to equal 1 minute candlesticks. Oh, Thomas James, you didn't do your homework, buddy. Come on. Come on. I know you can do better than this. These are not 1 minute candlesticks, and he says it only touched the top for 1 minute. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Come on. You guys got to stop with this bad information. It was definitely more than that. So I kind of did a little bit of homework here, and I tried to figure out like what time scale he was. That was just a piss poor drawing right there. Sorry. This is one tick. You'll notice there's a little bit of a tick here as well, but these are the ticks on splitting up the day here. And he's got the day split out into come on, if I could only, if only I had to draw a straight line. There we go. All right. It's pretty much divided out into almost 4 even sections. This one might be a little bit off. This is probably the pre-market hours, and this is probably where the day actually start. Oh man. This is where the day starts actually trading right here. So now you've got 4 equal portions, right? You got 1, 2, 3, 4. If you count the amount of ticks in between these, of course I'm covering up a couple of them, but you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 to 14 ticks per day. So if you take a total trading day, which is 390 minutes, you divide it by 4, right? That tells us that 97 minutes, or roughly 97 minutes, are each one of these blocks right here, right? So if you take that and divide that number by the 14 or 13 that he's got in there, we'll just say 13. That's 7.5 minutes. If we divide it by 4, it's 24 minutes. So it's going to be somewhere, my guess is he's probably got 15 minutes. He's probably got a 15-minute interval. I don't think he's on a 30-minute interval, but he's probably on a 15-minute interval here. So each one of these is at least a 15-minute candlestick, right? So this didn't touch the top for 1 minute. This touched the top for like 45 minutes. Now, day over day volume starting to decrease. He's got volume set up down here in the bottom. Look at this. Here's your volume starting to dip. Uh-oh, squeeze is probably looking like it's going to be over. You have your first dip in from the top is kind of a smaller size dip, right? There's not really a big dip in between. There's a little bit of a dip here, but then it shoots right to the top. You have a smaller size dip here. You have a really big dip as the price comes down here. You might have, I mean, since this is 15 minutes, we're only seeing part of the story. But there's probably some indicators in here as it's moving down that you have dip sizes starting to get smaller and smaller. But let's just assume that we'll go off of what we're seeing here and say that here's a really big dip, and then you have a smaller size dip right here. So dip size over dip size is decreasing, volume starting to decrease. Here is your selling point. On your way up, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. If you want to sell on the way up, you've got at least 6 points right there. If you made a mistake and you started selling on one of these in here, anything over 25% of 1,000 would be 750, which would be approximately right about here. Anything above this line, which is just the crappiest line I could have possibly have drawn, draw line. 750 euro per share. Come on, draw straight, Casey. You can see what I'm saying. You're going to be able to sell multiple times and know where the top is on the backside of a squeeze. Remember, each one of these candlesticks is 15 minutes. 15 minutes, you're going to have time. If you sold right here, you can sell for lots of time on there. When we got 1, 2, 3, 4 candlesticks right there to sell. That's a whole hour's worth of data. You have a run up here where you could be selling. You have a run up here. There is periods of time on the backside of a squeeze where you can sell and definitely get to within the top. And you don't have to guess. You never have to make a guess. You see volume is falling. You know what's going to happen. Less demand, less price. You know what's coming. It's very obvious. This is not rocket science, guys. It's really just not rocket science. You just have to know what it is you're looking for. Now, this is the part that I'm going to really excite you with. I'm going to hit you with this. Watch this. Did AMC ever show a pattern very similar to like this ever before? I wonder. Has it? Check this out. Where have I seen this before? I'm telling you guys, these things just repeat themselves. They repeat themselves so similarly, it's not even funny. It's not even funny. This is the June run up. If you had sold at any given point in here, you could have known where the top was. People ask me, how come you didn't sell, Casey, when it hit up to $72? If you were getting your signals of volume starting to fall and price starting to fall, your dip size is starting to get lower and lower as time went on. How come you didn't sell right here like you would have sold on Volkswagen? Because it only had 20% dips in here. 20% dips are nothing. You're not in a squeeze yet when we're hitting 20% dips. You got to hit 40 and 60s. That's why I didn't sell. It's not over. But look how similar these patterns are. These repeat over and over and over. It doesn't matter which squeeze you look at, they're the same. I'm telling you guys. If you know what you're looking for, apes know. Apes know. You just got to know what you're looking for. See, the thing is, guys, is that these things are algorithmically traded. Everything is algorithmically traded. And it's all based of how we trade. The institution, Machete, you got it right. But it's not because they're institutions, it's not just because they're using fib retracements. They're using everything. They're using absolutely 100% everything that they've used for eons. And they don't know how to change. They are trading off of investors' psychology, and they can't change it. It's just what they do. And if you can find the patterns, and if you can find what it is you're looking for, you're going to be able to do what you need to do. I'm telling you guys, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. BioLife says it looks like 5-minute candles. I don't think so. I started to think that at first too, BioLife, but if you actually look at it, you know, if I pull back this chart here again, I mean, if you divide the day up into 4 days, there's no way you can get 5 minutes into a one quarter of the day looking like this with this many candlesticks. It would be much, much more, right? So these aren't 5 minute candlesticks. The most common candlestick that you use after that would be a 15 minute, but as I did the math for you earlier, he's using something in between 5 minute or something in between a 10 minute candlestick and he's using something more than 10 and something less than 30. And my guess would be 15. 15 seems the most obvious, but that's probably what he's using is 15. What is NAR CPE? Turn on the two lines for RSI, set them to 14, 25, and 100. You will see some interesting stuff. No apparent reason fits so many things. Yeah, that actually looks about right because I counted about 14 ticks, so and it's real close to. If I'm not counting the first one and the last one of each one, then it could be 16 ticks. So yeah, that would it looks to me like it's a 15-minute chart. I mean, you can go back and you pull up his own video and come up to your own conclusion, but I'm pretty sure it's 15 minutes. Most standard charts are pulled, like if you pull almost any chart, your choices are 10, 15, 20. It could be 20 minutes. They could be 20 minutes, but I doubt it. It's probably more like 15-minute candlesticks. I don't know what's going. It's that time of the year apparently where the sunlight likes to hit me like right in the beard. It makes it look extra white right on my chin. Well, I don't want to call them fishy. I don't want to say it's fishy. We can agree on this, BioLife, more than anything, right? More than anything, what you and I can agree on is that those aren't minute candlesticks. And the fact was is he was sitting there saying like these are one. It touched the top for 1 minute. It's like no, it really didn't touch for 1 minute. And the fact is that he sits there and he talks about how many shares were traded in that 1 minute period of time. Well, it's because it was more than 1 minute and there was a lot of shares traded because you know, it was more than 1 minute. The RSI settings I gave you will show you actual movement of the stock. Let's check it out here. 6, 14, and 24. Hold on one second. Let me just write these down. 6, 14, and 24. Anyways, I just wanted to give you guys that little presentation because I thought that was really good info. I thought you guys would appreciate that, and I don't know. Maybe you don't appreciate it. Maybe you don't care. I'm just here to make history. What do I know? All right, I got the numbers set in here for RSI. And of course, I imagine you want me to go to the daily because it wouldn't make much sense to change it and not go to a different 14. Did I put the right numbers? 14, 25, 100. Well, based off the numbers that you just gave, with the RSI set up, it looks here like we've touched a bit of a top and we're coming back down, which means that we could be in like this section right here, only a bunch higher. So it means we're probably going to have a little bit more of a rundown if I had to guess, which is kind of, that leans towards what I'm probably going to do for price prediction for the day today, but I'm not sure. Monty just said the 10-year Treasury yield just dropped below the 2-year Treasury. I believe that signals a recession coming. I believe that to be probably very true. Activate the other 2 lines. All right, hold on a second here. Oh, yeah, I didn't have it activated. My bad. What are we crossing? Which one's which? Let me just check this out. Which one? Let me recolor these real fast here because this isn't not helping me at all. Let's see. Let's call it, we'll call the low one red, the high one blue, and the middle one we'll keep, we'll make it white. Red, white, and blue. Gotta love red, white, and blue. So the low one's up high. So the longer, so we're crossing through, we cross through both on the lower 2. Let's see what we got here. Cross through, come back down, touch. So we're looking for a touch of the red and white line. So we're going to come back down. So based on historical numbers, it looks to me like what you're saying is that we've got to come back down and touch RSI on top of, yeah. Well, actually, in this particular case, they crossed over before moving back up to higher regions. What was this? Oh, no, wait. Yeah, red crosses white. Red crosses white. Yeah, I think we could see some lower lows. I'm expecting to see some lower movement as well, but I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to mean that. I'm not sure what you're getting at, but I can tell you one thing's for sure though. I don't RSI is not my most favorite indicator in the whole wide world for trying to depict swing movements because you can't. Here's the problem. Let me tell you the biggest problem, Machete, with RSI using it as an oscillator for knowing whether or not there's going to be a trend change in price movement is that it can't predict for news and it can't predict for sharp movements in price that can't continue on to higher highs. So I actually had this. I had this same conversation just last night. Somebody said that they were going to be trading off of RSI with a top of RSI when it peaks out at some specific number. I forget what the number was, but it was like 80 or something, 85 or 90% on the daily. They're going to sell out. And I was like, that's trash. That's trash DD. Why would you do that? And then they said, oh, well, I'm also going to be looking at volume. And they started adding all these other things they're going to start looking at too. And it's just like, well, you didn't say that, but if I think RSI is just it's a trash indicator in a squeeze play, just because you can actually move to highs that are unimaginable. Like this high right here in RSI, especially on the what is the 200 you had me put down, or is it 100? Yeah, on the 100 here point RSI, it doesn't mean crap. It doesn't mean crap when you're moving upwards in a position where people are forced into buying. It means nothing, right? This means absolute trash. RSI is trash as an indicator when there's forced buying. It's just trash. It means nothing. Nothing at all. Demand means everything in a squeeze play. And RSI has nothing to do with demand because it cannot predict how high that demand possibly is when it has no idea how much demand there is. So you're going to see one of the things that you're probably going to see is you're going to see numbers that are unimaginable in RSI when this does cook off. Unimaginable numbers, and that indicator will be trash. So I would not rely very heavily on RSI as being an indicator for you, but that's your choice. It is your money, it's your choice. Forced buying completely negates RSI. It negates it completely 100%. Like RSI just means nothing at that point. It means nothing. There's forced buying, not demand, but forced. It's forced. There's a big difference between forced demand and just regular demand, supply and demand. Big differences. This is what I love about um, a lot of the institutionalists who come in and try to talk about this stock play. There's a lot of guys out there who are institutionalists and they believe in, taking as much money as you possibly can in the beginning and getting yours and getting out before everybody else. And that's not how a squeeze play works. You guys got yourself involved in a movement where people are doing things untraditional. Buying and holding is not traditional. Nobody just buys and holds through ridiculous price swings, except for maybe Warren Buffett. But look at how rich he is. Look how rich Warren Buffett is. You got yourself in a play, which you have yourself involved in right now as a play, unlike anything else institutions are capable of understanding. And so when you understand that you have to look at these differently, only then will you realize that normal indicators are trash. Yes, forced buying, aka margin call liquidations. Correct. So then Trent straight up asked me, did we get the 1348 cross yet? I don't know, because I don't care. It's another one of those kind of in this position. I think it's kind of one of those. I really just don't look at the moving averages for this play at all. I think it's kind of one of those trashy indicators. It's temporarily good, but in the long run, it's not gonna do you any good uh, to watch moving averages. To be honest with you, headstock, I can't think of very many indicators during the squeeze, like the big portion, the mother of all short squeezes portion of the squeeze. I can't think of very many indicators other than volume that is really going to be a good indicator. There's not. I mean, I've gone through and I poured through all the numbers and my analysis of GME's squeeze, in my analysis of Volkswagen, my analysis of Tesla. Volume is pretty much the only indicator that really truly shows you demand. It's the only indicator that really gives you a great indication of where the demand is at. And that's why I preach all the time so heavily on how important volume is to this play and understanding what volume is and why it means something. It's it's not a heavily researched thing. I gotta go to break, guys. I gotta go to break, but it's not a heavily researched thing. Squeeze plays. I mean, they are kind of sort of heavily researched, but not the institutions don't really count on squeeze plays as being a part of as part of like a huge money maker and how they can get the most out of it. Preferred indicators is just going to be the vortex indicator because it is reliant upon um, Well, I think the vortex indicator is a great one, and the volume. Uh, Potentially, I mean, it's going to be volume and SPF. Those are my two main indicators. It's just going to be SPF, just so you know where your price dips are at, and then the volume day over day decreasing. I'm gonna go to break, guys. I'm not even taking that long of a break today, but I gotta head out here, and I'm not gonna put anything up on the screen because I gotta, for the song today, I gotta get this language advisory button going here. So when I do come back later today, guys, there's language in the song, so watch out for it. I'll see you guys back here. I'm gonna just be gone for about 20 minutes, and I'll see you guys back um, for market open. 15 minutes before market open. See you in just a bit. Stock G13 says agreed on 1348. Dork will lead a lot of people to jump ship early. Stock. I sent Dork a private message and told him that, and he just like, and then we actually had a Twitter back and forth fight, and he doesn't agree, and I can't tell you from all the analysis that I've done on these squeeze plays, you will absolutely be one of the first people to jump off ship, and you will watch the rocket take off and leave you behind, and you will never be able to get back in fast enough, even if you try to do splits with your money and trying to do like groupings of portions of your money getting in at different times. There's not enough shares for you out there to be able to not enough money that you could possibly have to be able to swing play one of these squeezes appropriately. So without getting all kinds of violations from your broker. I guess you could do it if you had multiple brokers. You'd have to have like a crap ton of brokers and then like take violations from each broker. I never really thought about that before, but it's too much work. I wouldn't even try to do that. Anyways, whatever. I'll see you guys in about 20 minutes. Alrighty, I'm back. Oh, starting the music again. Nope, not that music. Alrighty. MCons misses Chan Chan. I kind of miss Chan Chan too. Caitlin says they're going to hit this hard today. I tend to agree with you. I think they will hit it this hard today. It's going to be they probably see this as their one and last only opportunity to be able to knock people out if possible. I'm going to go with a price prediction of 23 to 26. Monty's got 29 to 32. 23 to 26. For me, I think today's probably the last day that they have to try and get some short interest in the money to close out as many of their short interest positions as possible. This will be the more than likely the last opportunity for them to close them out, and then Tendy Town on next week. Yes, can't wait. Let's see here. Let me see if Keto put in a price prediction yet this morning. I do not see Keto's name. I'm scrolling up through the through messages here. I'm looking for Keto's name to make sure he didn't put in some kind of prediction that I didn't see earlier. All right, I don't see any messages from Keto. If Keto doesn't show, we'll take War Dogs. War Dog will fill in for him for the day today. Good morning, Gary. Sorry, Steven. I just saw War Dog's number and I just said I was going to take it. Keto's been pretty good about coming in and putting in his price prediction. Eric asked me what my price prediction was this morning, which I feel is a little like, that's, come on, man, come on. And so then he gave me his price prediction after I gave him mine. So he's going 21 to 24. He's going 21 to 24. I think he's just trying to overlap me. I'm not telling him next time. Well, I'm going to tell him that too. Good morning, 2 weeks, bro. Pantheon had a good show last night. I got in touch with Pantheon. I sent him an email last night and said, hey, man, anytime you want to come on the show, you just let me know. More than welcome to come on. Steven says Keto would say 24 to 27. Miss Harris, good morning. Miss Harris, I'm going to warn you right now. The song for the day, I'm just trying to warn you. I had a special request on songs today, so Language advisory. I'm throwing it out there right now for all you guys. I don't want you to be surprised by the music today. Language advisory. I will flash this multiple times during the show for the morning. There is some language in it, and if it offends you, I apologize, but it was a special request. How many calls would be in the money if we close above 25? I would have to do a quick estimate on that. And I'd be basing it off of short interest. Or so what am I saying? I would be basing it off of open interest. Let me see if I can open up an Excel spreadsheet here real quick and just give that information to you. Plus, and I hope I can do this. Oh, wow, it actually worked. Let's see what we get here. $68,453 contracts would be in the money if we closed above 25. That's an open interest. Sorry, Miss Harris. The music only lasts for a couple minutes. I'm not trying to put you out or anything, but I did want to warn you. I know not everybody appreciates it, but I apologize. Hey, GD, welcome back. Good to see you. I know you've been in and out, but it is good to see you. I'm glad to know you're okay. I know nobody has a crystal ball, but wouldn't it make a logical sense for the shorts to get out before the stock slips, assuming they vote yes? There is no such thing as getting out. They have dug themselves into a hole. Covering means getting rid of synthetic shares. You cannot cover without getting rid of the synthetics. They either bankrupt AMC into bankruptcy, or they either short AMC into bankruptcy, or they go bankrupt themselves. Those are the only options here. There are no other options unless there's some kind of like government intervention. Otherwise, there's just no other option. I'm not sure, Cutie Cut. I really don't know. Alrighty, guys, it's time for me to start the intro for the morning. What did you say, Cutie Cat? Gary says thank Pantheon last for coming on your show. I'm not sure what that means exactly, but okay. Alrighty, guys, I will see you on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We're are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and then. Dan, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
You wanna hot body? You wanna Bugatti? You wanna Maserati? You better work, bitch. You wanna Lamborghini? Sip martinis, look hot in a bikini. You better work, bitch. You wanna live fancy, live in a big mansion, party in France. You better work, bitch. You better work, bitch. You better work, bitch. You better work, bitch. Now get to work, bitch. Now get to work, bitch. Ring it on, ring it on. Won't stop now, just be the champion. Work it hard like it's your profession. Watch out now, 'cause here it comes. Here comes the smash up. Here comes the master. Here comes the big beat. Big beat to dance up. No time to quit now. Just time to get it now. Pick up what I'm putting down. Pick up what I'm putting down. You want a hot body? You want a Bugatti? You want a Maserati? You better work, bitch. You want a Lamborghini? Sip martinis, look hot in a bikini. You better work, bitch. You wanna live fancy, live in a big mansion, party in France. You better work, bitch. You better work, bitch. You better work, bitch. You better work, bitch. Now get to work, bitch. Go call the police. Go call the governor. I bring the trouble. They bring the trouble, y'all. I make a bubble. Call me the bubble. I am the bad bitch. The bitch that you never know. Hold your head high, fingers to the sky. They gon' try ya, but they can't deny ya. Keep it moving higher and higher. Keep it moving higher and higher. So hold your head high, fingers to the sky. Now they don't believe ya, but they gonna need ya. Keep it moving higher and higher. Keep it moving higher and higher and higher. Work, 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 work. Work it out, 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 work it out. You better work, bitch. You better work, bitch.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Screw the hedgies! Good morning. What a difference. Everyone, put your hands up. We got a little bit of volume going on here, 5.83 million shares, and it's almost a million shares a minute as of right now. I actually have an opportunity to buy some more shares myself here this morning. I may be taking up that opportunity here eventually. I'm not going to say exactly when, but you know, I might be working on something on the side. A little something something over here. I'm going to have to decide when I want to do it. Dr. No says we're heading to 102.50 today. April Fools. Yes, the volatility is super, super high, Caitlin. Oh, you taking off? All right. Love you, bud. Have a good day at school. A little bit of consolidation happening going on right now. We're having about most of these minutes in here close to about 450,000 shares a minute. We did have a TD9 print, which could be a reversal. Just got to do some math here, guys. Give me a second. Looks like we're getting a little bit of more buy volume coming through here, and it's starting to pick back up. Oh. Weird. Sorry, give me a second here. Weird. Good morning, Jordan. How's it going? Why is retail selling Baja? April Fools. So what I think is going to happen today here, guys, is I really think there's a good opportunity for them to try and want to trip SSR one last time, maybe. I mean, I know they tripped it 2 days ago, but if they can get this down to, if it's profitable enough for them to get the price down to um, SSR tripping, which would be $20.18, it might allow them to close out a bunch of positions that they have, put positions that they have open at a $23 strike price. Let me just check that and see real quick here what those values are. The amount of open interest that they have at 23 is kind of negligible. I think the big one for them is 24. 24 has 9,000 contracts. There's 8,000 contracts at 23. The big number's at 20. There's 13.9 thousand contracts at 20. If this is the last opportunity that they have to push the price down before it's going to start rising, you can almost guarantee that they're going to push as hard as they possibly can to get as many possible shares, uh, both out of the market and off the books. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that, Red Dog. That sounds very sad. Very, very sad. You never know when it's going to be the last time. You don't have to push the stocks, Caitlin. You're always pushing those weed stocks. People will invest in it if they want to. You don't have to push it. Caitlin's like, you guys, weed's where it's at. You know, it's so true. Wrong place at the wrong time. I hate dealing with that, with death. You know, I've always said this in life. There's three things that I hate attending in life: weddings, funerals, and graduations. I hate them. I hate all three. They're all just equally terrible. Why? I can't control my dang emotions, man. Is it strange, Brandon? Is it? I was noticing some weird things as well. I was definitely noticing some weird things as well. Let's see. So I got quite a few of you guys here now. I feel like I kind of want to show that whole thing with the video from Thomas James from yesterday. I really feel like it's kind of a cool thing to see. Um, and I'm not trying to trash on Thomas James or nothing here. So uh, I just, I wish he would have gone just a little bit deeper in his DD. But nobody's perfect. Even I'm lacking in a lot of areas. I'm not an expert at options. I'm not an expert at candlestick identification. Hence the reason for this page alone right here, where I've got a cheat sheet on what the candle patterns mean. So that's just not an expertise that I've had throughout the years in uh, using statistical process control. You just don't really deal with like candlestick patterns. It's not something I've dealt with. So it is kind of a newish subject for me as far as knowing what those candlestick patterns are called and what they're indicating, where they're indicating they're going to move to. But I am going to cover this though because I think this is an important topic, and I think this is something you guys should see. Just because I do think that a lot of people every time somebody talks about uh, the test or the VW squeeze, I feel like they just miss something every single time. So let's take a look at it real quick here. Let's see, that's not it. Where's this video? So I'm actually going to take you back. It's the 4-minute mark of his video entitled 10,000 per share is 100% possible. I'm just going to take you to a specific moment on the 4-minute mark where he talks about something specifically that I want to point out to you guys that it's probably one of the biggest mistakes and one of my biggest pet peeves about whenever somebody's talking about the VW squeeze and they miss it. Because everybody seems to make it out like you go take a crap and you're going to miss out on the squeeze. And that's not the case. So let me just pull up his volume here. All right. And let's just watch for about 30 seconds.
AMC are going to be sold at that exact $11,000 price point. Obviously, if we look at the very tippy top of the Volkswagen squeeze chart, we can see that Volkswagen only touched the very tippy top of the squeeze for one singular minute. Yes, there was a large number of shares traded during this one singular minute, but the majority of shares throughout the day were traded at points much lower than the very tippy top of the squeeze.
All right, so first off, he said throughout the day, and he actually kind of scrolled his I actually didn't catch this until just now, but he scrolls his mouse across the whole bottom portion down here. Now, I went ahead and did a screen capture of his screen there. We'll take out a lot of my drawings here from earlier that I did. But this is a screen capture of everything that it is that he was showing you guys. What I want you to notice is that down here at the bottom, it says October 27th, and then it becomes October 28th here. And I think it might even go into October 29th. I didn't catch the whole portion of that part of the screen because I really didn't care about that part. But what I want you to notice is that number one, the day starts. Your 28th day starts here. Your 27th day starts here. Ooh, my line's not. Oh man, look, it's like I'm drinking already. Gee whiz. Okay, so this is your day. My guess is that this is everything between that first line and the line that I'm drawing right now is pre-market. I don't know where after it's both pre-market and aftermarket hours from the previous day. Your if you divide your day into quarters, your quarter blocks are here here, and here. That line kind of screwed up at the top, but I'm not going to redraw it. Those are your quarter blocks of the day. And if you'll notice here, he's got approximately one line on each. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 or 13 points per quarter. If you divide a 390-minute trading day by 4, you get 97.5. Divide that by, let's do 12, just for argument's sake. 97.5 divided by 12, that gives you 8 minutes. If we divide it by 13, it gives you 7.5. It's going to be, I think he's on 10 minutes. I think I said 15-minute earlier intervals. It's a very good chance he might have 10-minute intervals. But I mean, this is definitely not, these are not minute candlesticks. So when he sits here and tells you that it touched the top of 1,000 euros for 1 minute, that's disingenuous, because you actually have 3 minutes or 3 candlesticks that are touching the top right there. And if these are indeed 10-minute candlesticks, that's 30 minutes worth of time that it actually reached the top for. If they're 15-minute candlesticks, then that's 45 minutes. There's no way that these are 5-minute candlesticks. There's just no way. So it's somewhere between 30 minutes and 45 minutes worth of time that the price actually touched the top. Now, what I really want to show you, and I know some of you guys, I know this is all old, is this is what I'm talking about, day over day volume decreasing. So you can see how volume starts to decrease very, very instantly on this page here. This is volume down here. You can see it starting to decrease. If you're monitoring volume from the beginning of the morning, continuing on throughout the day, you can see how volume is trending down, right? And you'll be able to get a good idea for where volume is going to be heading. You can see here there was no mistaking about what was going to be happening with this day in volume. This day was probably predicting some lower value, and then all of a sudden it starts spiking up. And then the new day starts, you get a representation of some high volume, but then it starts to fall off. If you're doing hourly checks on volume, you see that it's falling off, then you know the price or the volume is going to be lower for the day. But this is why I do volume analysis first thing of every single morning. Now, dip size over dip size. Here's one dip in here. Here's a bigger dip in here and a smaller dip in here. This right here would be your flag for dip size over dip size decreasing as volume is decreasing. So when is your sell point? As price is starting to move back up from the secondary dip that's smaller, right in here. How many points do you have in here and which you can sell on? 1, 2, 3, 4 before it reaches the top. An hour. You have an hour's worth of time. What is the price point at which these values are being traded at? 20%, 25% of 1,000 is $750. Guess what? You can know for a fact that you've reached the top. You can know for a fact that you've reached the top and sell on the backside and have plenty of time to do it and sell while the price is moving up. If you make a mistake and you start selling over here, all right, you're going to be a little bit less than the 25% mark. If you make a mistake and start selling over here, not a big deal. You've already seen that volume has started falling. You're actually going to do better than you would have over here. Now, what's the most interesting thing about all of this information? All of this information leads to one very important picture that he is showing you here, and the thesis of everything that it is that I'm telling you. This is the entire picture, and if you want to understand how squeeze plays work and knowing that you can definitely sell at the backside, let me show you some information that will help prove this. If you go back to June of this year, on our stock, and you check it and you compare it to this picture right here, come on. Notice any similarities? Do you see the pattern? These things trade very similarly all the time. It is very, very typical for these kind of patterns to form on these plays. This is how psychological algorithmic trading works, because it knows when to buy and sell during certain points in time. Using certain pieces of information to pick your exit point strategy and knowing that you've made it to the top is ideal. Not just guessing some price point on the way up. Because if you do that, guess where you're going to get caught? Right here. You're going to get caught selling here. A lot of people are going to get caught selling there. How do I know? I'm on a daily right here, but do you see this red candlestick? That's the same exact spot that you're seeing right here. These things are very repeatable, extremely repeatable. If you're not careful, you're going to be this guy right here instead of being able to sell here. Ideally, selling here. Highly repeatable. Every single squeeze instance that I could find. Same thing. People are actually, Caitlin, it's the exact opposite of what you said. People are very predictable. Computers trade based off of people. That's why it's so predictable, because people are so predictable. Let's see, you guys are writing stuff. Doctor said, uh, he said backside. Yeah, yeah. Brian says it's the same picture. It's so repeatable. Their computer, their computer has a hard drive. Yeah, I'd like to hard drive that. I can't do. I used to do a much better Beavis, but as I got older, I couldn't do them as easily anymore. Let's see here. Somebody had asked a question, how long we were at 72. Let's see here. We'll pull up. I've got sunshine. Let's see. How long were we at 72? Great question. Let's go take a look at it. I'm going to try and, I think 15 minutes is the lowest I can go because I don't have a paid subscription to TradingView. Oh, is it going to let me go back that far? Come on. Where's it at? Oh man, I can't even do 15 minutes anymore. I feel like I need to really pay for a subscription. It would be so valuable. All right, so I'm on a 30-minute interval here. All right, it's going to blow your mind. It's going to blow your mind because you probably feel like we hit 72 and it was just like a few minutes. But look at this. Like legit. Let's see, your price is at like $61 here. Each one of these candlesticks is a 30-minute candlestick. So we had at least one pop up to 72 in here. We had a couple other pop-ups that were like 67. Here's one up to actually, let me look at I'm looking at the wrong spot. I should be looking over here. So this one is a high of 72.62. This one's a high of 67.72. This one's a high of 66.24. This one's 63.63. This one's a high of 68.50. This one's a high of 66.92, and this one's a high of $72 even. This one's a high of 69.97, and this one's a high of 67.60. I mean, each one of these is a 30-minute candle. I would say that any one of these minutes right in here is within a very acceptable tolerance of the high, of the top. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You could even count this one here, 10. Might as well count some of these. I mean, these are just as low as some of these back here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Not all of us would be able to trade during this minute here, but you got at least 15 half-hour minute or half-hour periods. What does that come? What is that? 7 hours? 7 hours worth of trading time to where you could have traded to within a very high percentage point of the very top. The thing is you're never going to nail this. If you're always trying to get to the very top, you're not going to be able to hit it. And it's just the fact. It's a fact of life. You will never, it's a fact. Did I say it's a fact? I said it's a fact. It's a fact. You will not be able to hit the top. You just won't. You will not be able to chime the top. This is why you have to start looking for volume that's falling day over day. And then the dip size is getting smaller. Here you have volume really, really high this day, volume starting to fall this day, volume starting to fall the day after. This is where you start to sell. Here or here. You sell at these 2 points and you get to within a very close range, within 25% or better of the top. And that way you let the market tell you when it's time to sell. Let the market tell you when we're done. You'll have opportunities, 100%. This is not going to be something that just ends overnight. It's our new word, fact. Kids can have their own words, right? Kids have their words. What are they saying now? Bet. And we got our own words now. Fact. next time your kid tells you bet, say fact. Do it. Just say fact. That was a fact. Red Dog says charts are easy in hindsight. This is exactly true. This is very, very true in hindsight, Red Dog. That's why you have to be looking at, this is why it's important to use specific indicators that are going to be repeatable over time. It's going to be extremely important. If you use indicators that give you red flags along the way, you're going to sell too early. It reminds me of Scrubs when Elliot says frick. Frick and frack. I don't know, Hanzo. I've been trying to figure the whole bet one out. Like, I think kids use bet as in like that's a fact. I think that's what they like. If you say something like, man, the sky sure is blue today, they go bet or something. I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm the worst person in the world. I've tried to. The kids have explained it to me, and I just can't seem to understand how to use it correctly. Spell it like the kids. P-H-A-C. War Dog says, what percentage of volume drop should we start looking to sell? You don't need a percentage. You just need day over day decreasing in volume is all you need to start seeing. That's your first indicator that tells you that you're moving in towards the backside of the squeeze. It's possible for you to see day over day volume dropping and still have the price continue to move up afterwards. This is why it's really important to have a secondary indicator like dip sizes decreasing over time. Monty's got songs going on in his head over here. Turn around. David, because we're planning in advance. Planning in advance because it's important to plan. Yes, your broker does charge you for selling. Well, I shouldn't say it quite like that. Maggie, you should check with your broker and find out what each broker has different uh, each broker has different, what's the word I'm looking for? Rates. If you're confused about what the rates are for your broker, I would highly recommend reaching out to your broker and finding out what they are. Eric says bet equals all right, it's on, okay, will do. Adam says, example, I just bought some more shares of AMC. I think MOASS is soon. I bet. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't get it because bet to me sounds like they're saying like I think you're wrong. And they're saying like I agree. I don't get it. It just doesn't make sense. Samina says UK kids say it's sick if it's cool. I got past that one finally. Silver Bull says we're almost at max pain. $23 is max pain. We had a little bit of support here. We have a Fibonacci retracement support line at 23.55. We hit 5 cents above it and then and had a TD9 that printed and it started moving back up. You can see volatility's going down. Let's look and see. We're still trading pretty high volume. They haven't gotten us under 100K volume yet. The closest they've gotten to is 175, I think. Yeah. No, 171. 171 is the closest they got to being at 100K volume. Interesting. Uh, Maggie, I'm not gonna tell you. Even though I use Fidelity, also, I'm not gonna tell you the answer because I probably just shouldn't. It'd be in my best interest to let you know that you should probably just verify. I can tell you this. More than likely, when you trade in the pre-market and aftermarket hours, there is additional charges for your trades. It depends on each broker. Some brokers don't charge anything for your trades. Some do charge. It just depends on each broker. Every broker has a little bit different uh, pay structure. So it's just better for me to just say it blanketly that you should just check with your broker to find out. And it's easy to call them up. In fact, you should already have that number written down. Give them a call and just ask them questions. They're willing to help out. Dan says, I'm late. What happened with the dump? What? Who's the dump, sir? Oh, guys, it's past time for me to check the numbers. Let's take a look at our numbers here. Let me refresh Fidelity and we'll take a look. I got sidetracked on bet and fact. Fact is our new word, guys. And it's not a bad one. It's just fact without the T. All right, taking you guys over to the other page. What's going to happen? Okay. Starting in the top left-hand corner, you'll notice that instead of having a price prediction missed tally mark, that we actually have three points that were handed out yesterday. Monty, myself, and Keto all got points, but we have missed three. All of us missed the first 3 days of trading this week. There's no way we're going to beat the missed column. It's going to get the win for the week. All I have to say about that is typically speaking, when we start missing, it means it should be telling you that something very unusual is happening, and that's not always a bad thing. Short exempt volume on True Demons MOASS trigger indicators did increase. It didn't go over 1 million like I thought it would. I was actually really surprised by this, but it could have. If there was a reason why I would guess that's the case, is because we did have a lot of price discovery being pushed into the off exchange. I mentioned yesterday that normally when SSR is tripped, price discovery is pushed off into short exempt volume. However, yesterday was not the case. We still saw a lot of off exchange usage being or occurring while short exempt volume was accumulating. And so here you have short exempt volume rising from 500,000 shares from the previous day to 851,000 shares from yesterday. I said yesterday twice. From 2 days ago, it was 500,000. From yesterday, it was 851,000 shares. Utilization still at 100% with 38 straight trading days. And then day over day price increase, we actually had a decrease of 4.05% yesterday. Taking a look at the off exchange, earlier this morning was 56. No, I'm sorry. Those are the numbers from yesterday. 56.13, 11.19. At this time of the morning, I would expect about 43% and 10 or 11-ish percent on the EDGX. Let's see where we're at. 46 on the off exchange and 14, almost 15 on the EDGX. Very high numbers. Extremely high numbers. They are suppressing price pretty heavily. It's weird. I'm hearing ringing noises in my ears. Wearing these headphones constantly, I think, is a bad thing. What was next? Oh yeah, Vortex. So far, Ortex is reporting a borrowing of 410,000 shares. That's going to slightly raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.61%. Notice the cost to borrow average is way back up again. It had fallen down a little bit yesterday, but is back up to 2.75, which is kind of odd because there was actually quite a few shares available to borrow this morning. It might be meaning a little something something. I'm not sure what exactly. We'll take a look at some of the data here more in depth on Ortex in just a minute. Moving to the top right-hand side of the screen, institutional share ownership with 187.5 million. Let's update that and see where we're at now. 187.5 million, still the same. Owned by institutions, that's about 36.29% of the float, or of the total amount of shares, I believe, owned by institutions. I'd have to do the calculation. I'm not sure if that's the float or not. Max paying for the day today is $23. Moving on to the options, I can tell you guys right now that the highest amount of volume for open interest was at a $30 strike price for the calls and $16 for the puts. Highest amount of volume currently for the puts. We'll start with the calls. Highest amount of call volume currently at a $25 strike price, same as it was yesterday. Went from we're right at 10,000 contracts. That's double what I would expect to see, double and then some, from what I would expect to see in volume for the day. On the put side of things, highest amount of current volume at 23.50, which is 50 cents lower than it was yesterday at 24. The volume there is 4.1 thousand contracts, which is a very number. Ugh. I need some water. My tongue is like, it feels like a dried up raisin. 4.1 thousand contracts for the puts is where we're at right now, which is a very normal amount of volume for an average day at this time. Give me 1 second while I move a couple pages. Here's our utilization for 38 straight days of trading where their utilization's been at 100%. Here's our on loan amount. We went from 132.6 to 135.1. So we moved back up in on loan amount. That's going to have a decreasing effect on loan average age per day as new loans come in. That number dipping is the number that I look for when we're going to start seeing our next price increases. So we're looking for a bottom on the on loan average age per day to kind of tell us where the next increase in price is coming from. And then you've got your estimated short share interest of the free float occurring and moving up here just a tad bit with the on loan amount going up, which means that some of our loans from yesterday are short interest. There's failure to delivers, security lending volume. You can see that security lending volume is starting to increase compared to where it's been recently. Orders by Fidelity customers, GME is #1 with a very strong. Well, it's the minimum I like to see is at 60-40% buying to selling. AMC is #2 with 56% buys to 44% sales. At the top of the list, #1 and #2, the two horsemen. SSR trips at 2218 today. Shares available to borrow 250,000. Let's check and see how many shares they borrowed in the last hour. Looks like fees have gone up from 1.2 to 1.4. So there's 50K, there's another 50, so 100,000 out of the availables. So it looks like just an additional 100,000 shares having been borrowed in the last hour. That puts us at 3.85 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day versus the 3.4 that we did yesterday. 48.5 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 208,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts. 136,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts. Did I say put? You know what I'm saying over here. I always feel like I'm saying the words wrong. I really need to go get some water. The Nasdaq is up 0.29, the Dow Jones is up 0.12, and the S&P 500 is up 0.15. We currently have an advancing market over declining with 4,803 advancers to 2,795 decliners. The VIX is down 1.56, IWM is up 0.6, Tesla is up 0.22, Amazon is up 0.77, Cinemark is down 1.19, Doge is breaking even, Bitcoin is up 0.25, GME is up 4.8. HYMC is down 3.91, our gold mine. Hood is down 0.93 and AMC is down 4.5. Our inflow versus outflow, we have more inflow by $5 million. We've traded 17.63 million shares for the day today after 49 minutes of the day. We're on pace for about 140 million shares traded for the day today. Of course, that's going to drop a little bit. This is where, some people were asking like, well, how do we know what volume is going to be for the day? How are we going to know if it's dropping day over day or not? Well, this would be a good point here where you would say, okay, well, let's see what kind of pace we're on, right? We're on pace right now for 140 million. We know that's going to drop throughout the day because it normally does. So volume's going to drop throughout the day. We're trying to figure out where it's going to hit. Based off of our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, I guess somewhere between 95 to 115 million. Do I think that's achievable with where we're at currently on our pace? I might be a bit on the high side, but we'll see what happens. Those could be actual good numbers. It just depends on how fast they push the pace down. That's what it really kind of depends upon. On the weekly, we have more selling pressure, sorry, more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI of 49.19, which is right down the middle. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.77. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI and a crossover within the last 2 hours and an RSI of 31.25, almost signaling for oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI already triggering oversold ranges with 25 being 25.75. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI having triple dipped, quadruple dipped already into oversold regions, currently at 24.65. Dang. My wife got the Wordle done in 3 tries today. She just sent me a text. She's so smart. I'm bad with words. I average I think my average is 4. I've gotten it twice. How many times have I gotten it twice? I think twice. I don't know if you guys play Wordle or not. It's kind of fun. I like it. Let's see statistics. Yeah, I've gotten the word twice, and then most of my guesses have been in the 4 range. So we are getting very, very close to some of the turning around points that we typically see for synthetic price failure. One of them, the first one would be around 2282. The specific 35% turnaround point would be at 2233, and SSR is extremely close to that value at 2218. All right, with that, I can read what you guys are saying. Do you know if Massalorian put out the video of apes yet? He said, I made the cut. I'm in my female man outfit and all gross after working 9 hours and did the video driving and rambling on. I have no idea what you're talking about. Adam, I think it's a really good it might be I don't know if a direct jump into real estate would be a great idea because you know prices are going to be crashing, right? So you want to wait probably for a while before you see some bottoms, and then invest into them because you don't want to take a hit right off the bat. Like why not just wait, sit on it for a little bit, kind of enjoy some time, kind of thinking about maybe doing some research, some great research on real estate to pick up. If I can make a suggestion, and of course not financial advice, it's entirely up to do what you want to do with your own money. What I would say is that you'll probably find that you would have a better time with commercial real estate than a residential. And the reason I say that is there's less upkeep and you can make more money for your investment, but it will cost you more to get in. So, but I mean, it's going to hold its value. It really will hold its value. So that is definitely a great it is a great investment to have. Just note that residential properties is going to take management. Now you can hire people to manage for you. So, you know, it just depends on how much work you want to put into it. I know there's a lot of people who get into real estate properties as a means of making an income, and they get tired of it. They get tired of dealing with people. The great thing about commercial property is that when your tenant takes over the lease, they're responsible for everything as far as repairs go, and you just collect an income. That's it. You just sit there and collect an income, and they pay for everything else. But I do want to warn you, though. Expect to see a failure in prices in um, property everywhere. So I wouldn't like jump straight into buying things like right off the bat, right? Give it some time to come down. Give the market a chance to have a correction in housing and commercial property prices, and then consider moving in instead of buying at the top. Doug says, just curious, Casey, how many years married wife wanted to know for she had okay. Let's see, since is it 7 years? I think it's 7 years. Maybe this is year seven, so maybe 6 years. I feel like I can't remember. I think it's 6 years. I like your attitude, Dr. Zeno. Brian says I'm investigating in a chicken farm. More than anything, I love the fact, Brian, that you said I'm investigating. Do that. Don't just jump into things right away. You don't have to invest your money like instantly as soon as you get done with this play, right? Like give yourself some time to really think about what it is you're getting into and investigate. Maybe go out and interview people who actually do it, right? Like go out and actually talk to people and find out. If there's one thing I've learned, if you're ever thinking about doing something that you have never done before, go out and interview people. They'll tell you the ins and outs, and they you don't understand. People love talking about what it is that they do. And so if you want to get involved in that, go talk to somebody. Find them. You can find people. You have the skills. You'll have the time. You're welcome, Adam. I didn't even see what was said, so hey, mods. For those of you who are listening right now, Tony Denaro is going to be on 15 minutes after I close, or 15 minutes after market close. I'm going to restart the show with Tony Denaro. For those of you who are mods that are on here right now, if I could just get you guys to moderate a little bit and make sure we don't have people again like calling me names. Would consider Tony being me and just assume that I'm sure Tony wouldn't, like being called names either. So whatever respect you would give me, please give or extend to Tony as well. Apparently, he's got apparently he has a group of people who just don't like him. So I would just ask that you guys all respect Tony. That's it. He's a human being, and I would expect that you guys would give him respect like you would give anybody else respect around here. Ernie says, "What's the next play?" Red Dog says, "How time flies when you're having fun." That's what I say, man. Who cares how many years it's been? Who cares? As long as you remember the date, who cares? So, Ernie, I want to answer Ernie's question, but let me read through a few more of these, Ernie, and I will answer your question about what's the next play. Give me just a second. Eric, yeah, Eric says the next play is to not give any money back to corrupt Wall Street. That would probably be the first goal. All right, I won't tell him you said that, Doug. Doug. I gotta say the name right, Doug. Will anyone actually reinvest in the market, not including buying? So actually, now that Adam said what he said, I'm now gonna respond to the Eric. Was it Eric? No, it was somebody else. Oh yeah, it was Ernie. Ernie asked the next question. So I wasn't going to. I wasn't. I said, okay, when I'm done with this squeeze play, I'm not reinvesting other than putting more shares in AMC because I said I would do that. I plan on investing about 125 shares back into AMC, and the reason I'm doing 125 specifically is if you take 4.1 million investors and divide it by the free float, it comes out to 125 shares per person. So I plan on buying back in for at least the amount of shares that I should own as a North American uh, institutional or not institutional, a retail investor. I'm buying my fair share back. I don't know. I can't tell you what price it's going to be, but as far as the rest of the market goes, I went on a space call and there was some kid on there, and he said, he gave me some conviction. He gave me some conviction. He said, if we just all collect our money and walk away from the stock market, it's going to cause a lot of chaos and a lot of like disruptions in the economy. I think he's right. I think he's right, and I think I'm going to do my part to reinvest wisely back into the market. Probably not for all of the money, but some portion of it. I don't know what portion. I haven't really decided. It's something I'll think about maybe later when I see how much money of it is, and I decide to take some time and investigate what it is that I'm going to be putting my money into. Energy, more than likely. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to take some time. I'm going to take some time and I'm going to figure it out. But I do kind of agree with that kid. And he sounded like he was young, so I'm calling him a kid. But um, I, I think it's kind of irresponsible to just take all your money and run. And so I'm going to do what I feel is probably the more right thing to do, which is to put some money back into the economy, and so that the market has. Well, I don't know. It's just my own conviction, guys. You don't have to listen to me. You don't have to listen to me at all. He thought I was a shill once. I wasn't mean, but he was saying a lot of stuff about selling low, like 1 to 3,000, and I thought the limiting was helping hedge funds. I'll try not to comment. He won't. He won't remember. You know what? It's fine. It's okay. Just remember, guys, that you may not like his answers, and that's okay, right? It's okay to have differing opinions, right? I don't have to agree with everything that Tony says. It's okay. It's all right. What are disagreements? They're an opportunity for somebody to learn. They're not problems. They're not problems at all. They're just an opportunity for somebody to learn. We're trying to find out, when I do these interviews, we're trying to find out who is this person and how is he impacting history. That's what we're trying to find out because I'm here to record history. So just try to give respect to the person who's talking because they are being impactful on history. Monty says I will only do dividend stocks. That was one of the things that I had thought about, Monty. Then I started looking into it and I found out dividend stocks may not give you a return as much as you think that they would. I could be wrong, but I don't know. Do some investigating before you actually really jump into that because it sounds really good until you actually go and figure out how much your returns are really going to be. And then when you figure out how much you need to pull out in taxes, if you're going to cash out on those dividends, it ends up being it may end up being not very profitable for a lot of people. Some people may have enough money after this is all said and done to where it is plenty of money for you to do that, but others may not. Really do investigating first, though. Dr. Zeno says, I will reinvest in high dollar liquor. It's okay, Monty. You don't have to buy back into AMC. It's all right. It's my own conviction. It doesn't have to be yours. That's quite all right. Coin says maybe we should short the market. It's apparently legal. I don't want to. I don't want to be. What do they say? You're the hero until you've lived long enough to see yourself become the villain or something like that. I don't want to be the villain. Cause man, I have an evil laugh. Just saying. I'm just kidding. I could do. I could do really evil laughs. I probably would make an excellent villain if I really wanted to. Just put me on the road behind the wheel, and I turn into a real quick villain. Oh, especially here in Austin. I kid you not, guys. I've been around the world. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, and some hands down, some of the worst drivers I have ever been around are the ones here in Austin. It is terrible. I've tried to figure out why it is, why the drivers here are so bad. I think in part it has to do with this is kind of like a melting pot of maybe the not just the United States, but it's a melting pot of people from around the world. And when you get people with different driving experiences from around the world all collecting in one location, it makes for a stew of nastiness. And so you have it's just terrible. I don't even know how to begin. It's awful. Sir Poker says, "I'll need a break from this madness after it's all over." Sir Poker, um, what is what is it? What's your favorite starting pocket? What's your starting favorite hole cards on Texas Hold'em? I'm curious. Stock G13 says the world's full of idiot drivers. I'm not going to disagree with you there, but it just so happens that when you add different varieties of idiot drivers all together at the same place, it gets worse. Pebbles said you scared the crap out of me. You haven't seen bad drivers until you've been to Iowa. I mean, I've been everywhere, Bill. I've been everywhere, and I just have a hard time believing that there's worse drivers than there are here. Jack 3 off. That is a interesting hand. I used to know a guy who used to play Queen 3. Didn't matter what it was, off or suited, didn't matter, and it was amazing. I've never seen somebody hit Queen 3 so often in my entire life. It's insane. I've never seen it. So Jack 3 is kind of an interesting one like that, I guess. Any particular reason why Jack 3? Yes, it is, Red Dog. It is definitely through the roof. A lot of people throwing around the word gentrification around here. They never see it coming. It's very true. I doubt you play it in an early position though. All right, I wouldn't imagine you'd play it like I don't know. I mean anything after big blind, I doubt you'd I mean +1, +2, I mean I doubt you'd play early position, right? That's more one of those like Kojak or um that's probably best played like later when everybody in the front half of the table is folded in and you're trying to steal the blinds or something like that, or you're just trying to call the blinds. JMH says, has Casey ever disclosed what size of a position he holds in AMC? I have not. I have not disclosed. There was one time, JMH, where I showed one of my accounts to everybody because I was getting challenged that I even had a position in AMC. I think I have 5 shares through Webull, uh, which is not one of the one. That's not the one that I showed. But I was challenged one time, and so I did show one of my smaller positions. But the way I see it is, JMH, is that um, it's none of your business. I mean that in the best possible ways. It's just I'm holding lottery tickets, and you're holding lottery tickets, and I don't think any of us should need to have to disclose that information. I'm being very public, very, very public with my life and everything, and disclosing that information, I think, is kind of something personal that I should get to keep to myself. I think showing that I have a vested interest in this at all was enough. And so I did show that one time. What year did you graduate and where high school? I graduated in 1994 ooh. Are you looking me up? Are you looking me up? I don't know if I want to say now what school. I just gave you the year. I graduated in La Mesa. I graduated in La Mesa, California. How's that? Because there's actually a couple different schools that you can draw a conclusion from there. I don't I don't know if I want you to look me up though. My senior picture, bless my mom's heart. She was trying to do me right by sending me to I can't think of the name of the place where you're photographed for your senior picture, but it's one of those places where they make you up and everything, and they gave me like they did a makeup on my face, and it was horrible. My senior pictures are not something I like to look at. It was bad. It's not huge, Einstein. I wouldn't consider my position huge in AMC. I'll say it's more than 1,000 shares. I can tell you that, but I'm not going to say how much specifically. I think that's like a good number. Like that's really only a number that like anybody should really care about. Like, do you have more than 1,000 or less than 1,000? Because somebody who has less than 1,000 shares will probably trade this a little bit when it comes to time to sell. Will probably trade this a little bit differently than somebody who has more than 1,000 shares, just slightly differently. Lion Trader has a new video titled AMC and Lying Lou. +3. Yeah, see that makes sense to me, Sir Poker. I like it. Yeah, I understand JMH. I mean, here you are listening to me. You want to make sure that you're listening to somebody that actually has a vested position with this. I don't think you're going to find anybody else who's more dedicated to AMC as a YouTuber than I am. And I'm not just trying to throw like everybody under a bus and be like, you all suck. But I mean, I do cover this 9 straight hours a day, every single day, Monday through Friday, as I like to say, moon to Friday, and I keep it to AMC, and that's it. I'm dedicated to this play, and I'm here to record history. I have I have cool things to say that I think can help you as well along the way. That's just a bonus. I'm really here to record history. So you're not going to find me invested in anything else. I mean, I am vested in something else in other things, but you're not going to find me um, advertising anything else or recording anything else other than AMC, unless people happen to ask me for information on a ticker. Yeah, glamour shots, Brian. Thank you. Yes, it was glamour shots. It was terrible. It was so bad. They made me up. Man, it's so bad. I've got the picture. I can show it to you somewhere. I got all my pictures recently. My dad had my senior picture framed, and he had it. Um, and so when he passed away, I got it, and I don't want to see it ever again. It's terrible. Cookie Monster, did you look me up? I was rocking a ponytail in high school. If you looked me up, Cookie Monster, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm not gonna be pissed, but I mean, come on, man. Don't spread that kind of stuff. It's terrible. Don't do that to a guy. Please don't. I was sporting a ponytail. I actually had really long blonde hair that I could reach around with my left arm and grab the back side of it. So it probably went down halfway down the middle of my back. Um, I had long hair in high school, very long hair. That's just my internet connection. Red Dog, try hitting live, or there's really not much I can do right now. Let me just check and see here. Hold on a second. I think I've turned off everything. Yeah, there's nothing I can do. It says excellent connection right now, so try hitting live. I mean, if I was going to be a billionaire for this thing to, it's going to have to get pretty high, Adam. It's going to have to get pretty high. I'm not rich, guys. I'm not rich. I'll have enough money when this is all said and done, though. I'll have enough money that I don't need to ask you guys for money. So that's part of the reason why I'm non-monetized. I don't need to collect your money. I want you guys to be successful with your money. It's more important for me to know that you guys are winning on this than for me to just try and scalp off of you along the way. I don't need to. We're doing okay over here. So do I toke? No, sir, I do not toke. Have I toked in the past? Yes. I'd be lying if I said no. JMH, I have 2 videos right now on my helpful video playlist, and those 2 are going to tell you what I see as being the end or a good selling point, and I have price is not an option. I don't have a floor. I don't have a target. I don't have a ceiling. I have none of those. I'm looking at indicators, and I would just encourage you to go take some time. I think one video is 16 minutes, and I think the other video is like 9 minutes and 16 minutes, so like 25 minutes of your time. I don't make anything on these videos. I'm trying to help you out. If you want to take 25 minutes of your time to go look and see what it is that I've researched and why it is that I think that you can find a good selling point on an upwards tick on the backside of the squeeze, go look it up because it's really good information. And I put those videos out like last weekend. What the heck, Pebbles? Jeez. MCon's getting nervous. Don't be nervous, MCon. You've been through so much. This should just be another day in a walk in the park for you. No, I don't have a ponytail now, Cookie Monster. You want to know a terrible story? We got like 9 minutes left here before I take a look at the numbers. Listen to this. So I had that nice long ponytail, right? Beautiful. It was the hair was magnificent. The women loved it. But I decided to move to get into the semiconductor industry, and I didn't know anything about the semiconductor industry. All I knew is it was high tech, and I knew that people worked in clean rooms. And so I figured, oh, well, they're not going to hire somebody with a long ponytail since they have to put their hair up in hair nets and everything. They probably would rather see a clean cut person who, you know, just in general is a clean cut person. So I went for the interview and I chopped off the hair, chopped it all off. Never grown it back since. Um, but I just lopped the whole thing off. And the day that I went in for the interview, they were actually holding the interviews at the unemployment department. The unemployment department was working with them to put on these interviews. So they called in a whole group of people. There was like just a massive group of people, like 100 or 150 people that would come in at a time, and they'd just go through these interviews. Well, the unemployment department people would come in and call people's names out, and then you'd go walk with them, and they'd take you to an interview room for an interview. So they called my name out, the guy who comes in, and I thought he worked for the unemployment department. I had no idea who he was. We walk up, we go into the room, we sit down in the room to start having the interview, and this guy on the way up the stairs, as we were going up there to interview, has this really long ponytail. And he we start talking a little bit casually as we're walking up the stairs, and he says he tells me he works for the company, which was at the time Hyundai. He goes, yeah, I work for the company. I don't work for the unemployment department. And I was like, my heart sank. Seeing his long ponytail, it just my heart completely sank. And he's like, he could see it. He could see it in my face. He's like, why you look so sad? And I told him, I said, I just cut off my hair that was almost as long as yours is, and so I could have this interview. And he goes, why would you do a thing like that? And I said, because I thought you had to look clean. I thought you guys would want to see a clean cut look in order to get the job, and so I wanted the job so bad that I cut my hair off, and I got the job. And then I spent 23 years working in the semiconductor industry. So sometimes doing unusual, extravagant things can get you places. And now here I am. I'm not telling Ernie. All right, Jenna. Magic Mountain, La Mesa? No, it's not. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Gary, I thought it was better when you called it Van Nuts. That's hilarious. Hey, Casey, check your DMs from Twitter. All right, let me check it. Hold on a second. Am I going to want to? Thank you, Doctor. Yes, Cookie Monster. I had very, very good Fabio hairs. Actually, Cookie, I still have it. I did not donate it. I still have it. I think it's somewhere in a keepsake. I kept it. I didn't donating back then. We're talking like 1998, and I don't know that donating. I mean, donating might have been a thing back then, but I don't remember anybody ever talking about it back then. So it probably was totally a thing. I just never heard about it, and I honestly haven't seen that piece of hair. I haven't seen that ponytail in so long. I don't even know where it's at. Actually, there's a good chance I may have thrown it out in one of our moves along the way. Yeah, but you know what, Chad? After I cut that hair off, it was liberating. It was really liberating. I really like getting out of the shower and just like toweling your head off. Like, in fact, I love having a buzzed haircut. I don't have a buzzed haircut right now, but in the past I have had a buzzed haircut, and I love the fact that you can just towel your head once, like a just good sweep over your head, and you're good to go. I'm a simpleton, man. If I can get away with a nice, quick, easy, just dry kind of thing with the towel, I'm all for it. Totally liberating. Long hair is too tough. Who's a hoarder? I know my family's got tendencies, but I don't think we're that bad. AMC's got some news here, and I got about 3 minutes before I take a look at the technicals, guys. They're just trying to say that the reason we popped off moving up yesterday was sympathy due to um, GME's announcement and movement. Yeah, I know it's out of focus, guys, but it's mainly because of the fact that I've got try to hit live or close out and go back into your screen. It's mostly my fault. I just have really crappy internet connection over here. If there's one thing I can fix after this is all said and done, it's like a personal fiber optics cable to my house. That'll be the first thing that I buy. Yep, I can see it right now. It's I'm getting I'm getting limited right now. Oh yeah, that's another good thing to do is adjust your screen resolution down. Remtac wants to know if the push down seems a bit sus. What kind of way? It seems no more sus than usual. How's that for an answer? Let me just check something real quick here, guys. 23.26. I just noticed 23.27 was our low right here. Our previous low was 23.26. It was literally a penny off from our previous low of 23.26. Really, really close. In fact, let's go out to a 5 minute and just take a look at it right there. So we've got a double bottom at this point. We could see today could end up looking a lot like yesterday did. If we move out to a 30-minute interval, get rid of all these stupid lines, we might see a little bit of a pattern trend happening here on the possibly on the bottom side. We'll see what happens. We could be. Let me just check this out. let's take a look at our numbers, and I'm going to revisit this here in just a minute. Yeah, I wouldn't expect this week to be the 10-day week MCon. I was never really expecting, well, especially once we tripped SSR. I knew it was going to be a little bit of downwards to sideways motion leading into next week, which I think we'll see a little bit more 10-day following up to, next week. Alrighty, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Off exchange, an hour ago was 46.96 and the EDGX was at 14.83. The EDGX is much higher. I would only have expected somewhere between 10 and 11% an hour ago. And then the off exchange, so I would expect to see like maybe 11 to 12 like now. And then the off exchange should be around like 49%. So let's give it a refresh and see where we're at. 51.42 in the off exchange and the EDGX at 14.21. Those are high numbers, like almost 2% higher. No, over 2% higher on the off exchange, and the EDGX is like 3% higher. So overall, we're like 5% higher than normal averages for this time of the day. Super, super heavy price discovery being hidden in the off exchange. Vortex. An hour ago, there was 410,000 shares having been loaned out. According to Ortex, it's now 630. That's going to raise very slightly the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.63. The cost of borrowed is the average is a little bit down from an hour ago. I think it was like 20.7. Now it's down to 2.5. I said 20.7. 2.7 down to 2.54. Although I think that CTB max might be a little bit higher. And taking a look at the options. At a $25 strike price, there was 10,000 contracts an hour ago. There is now 16.9. And at a $23.50 price, strike price for the puts, that was the largest amount of volume for the puts, but it is now down to 23. There was 4.1 thousand contracts an hour ago at 23.5. There's now 9.1 at 23. So the market's kind of indicating a closing price around $24 for the day today, so very close to where we're at now. If we do see a push down, which I do see volume kind of falling off right now. So if we do see a push down, we'll probably see it push down and then maybe trip something and then start climbing back up and close out very close to around 24 bucks. That's what I'm kind of seeing right now. We'll see how time will tell. Words. I still need that water. Let's see here. Let me move a couple pages. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME still in #1 spot. They have 61% buys to 39% sales, which is really looking good for them. AMC has slipped from second to third with 58% buys to 42% sales. I'd like to see it 60-40 or better, so it's a little bit low. SSR trips at $22.18. Shares available to borrow. Only returns and availables. Let's see about the ETFs. Only returns on the ETFs. 48.5 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 208,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls. 136.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. The Nasdaq is up 0.42, Dow Jones is down 0.02, and the S&P 500 is up 0.09. The market is currently advancing with 4,640 advancers to 2,967 decliners. The VIX is down 2.87. IWM is up 0.79. Tesla is up 1.11. Amazon is up 1.48. Cinemark is down 0.58. Doge is up 0.74. Bitcoin is up 1.72. GME is up 2.98. Our gold mine is down 6.74. Hood is up 0.26 and AMC is down 0.41. Our inflow versus outflow is currently $1 million more in inflow than outflow. We've traded 25.82 million shares for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. Oops, that was bad math. We're on pace for about 103 million shares traded for the day today. That's a pretty big drop from where we were at earlier. I think it was 120 or 130, which means that my volume prediction for the day is sketchy. My volume for the prediction for the day today is 95 to 115 million, and we're already getting. I mean that pace is settling right in there on the lower side of it already. We'll see what happens. This doesn't mean that there can't be an afternoon rush in volume. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.36, which is just about down the middle. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.24, which is above average. On the 1 hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.88, very low. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.41, signaling for most of the market so far, opening market trading period being oversold, triggering oversold range. Words, gotta grab them, grab those words, get them, get those words. Oh man, on the 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.93, which is below average. Get those words, Casey. Get them. Get them. I just can't sometimes, guys. The words are there. I have them in my vocabulary. I just can't get them. Yeah, I feel the frustration, Remtac. I feel it, man. But you know what, though? It's just more of the same. More of the same. You're looking at price. You need to take a break, maybe. Walk away and just relax. Find your zen. Get your paintbrush. Beat the devil out of it. Just go beat the devil out of that paintbrush. Careful, Remtac. You're getting dangerously close to saying things like Lou was saying. Just stop buying and what's the worst that could happen? That's it's dangerous territory. Am I a Charger fan? I used to be. I remember sitting, I think it was in 1994 or 5, when they made it to the playoffs with Stan Humphries, I think it was, as the quarterback. And I remember sitting in the parking lot of the sports arena, which is not the same place as where they played at. It's not too far down the road though. I worked at the sports arena at the time, and I remember sitting in the parking lot before going into work, and they made the final like field goal kick or something that got them into the playoffs, and honking the horn. I was just like so happy, and then they just sucked going into the playoffs. And the team just disappointed so many years that I couldn't really be a complete fan of them. But I'm a Kansas City fan. I'm a KC fan. KC for KC. Remtech needs some love, guys. Come on, man. I haven't felt any difference in the community. I don't understand where you're just hitting a block. You're hitting a block, Remtech. I'm telling you, just put the phone down or whatever it is you're watching, and just live life. Live life and just be like take a week off if you have to. Set yourself some price limit alerts and just walk away. I can't even begin to tell you how many times I've seen people walk away, come back, and they feel rejuvenated and they're back in the game again. Jack says you're lucky you were never a Bears fan. Oh, the suffering. I can understand that, I guess. That makes sense. I wasn't living there, Gary, in 2011. Yeah, man. Exactly what Einstein said, that the whole process is designed to make you feel exactly the way that you're feeling. Buck. Jeez, Buck. Eric says, I'm from Chicago. We had 85. I've had some of those days, Remtac. You've seen me do it. I'll be like, you know what? Today's just kind of one of those kind of days, and I'm just gonna take a day off. And then I tell you guys, I'll leave everything running. I'm gonna step away today, right? Just step away. Walk away from it. Don't let it get to you. It's probably the worst thing you could do is let something like this really dig into you deep. If you're feeling it, if you're feeling those weeds of doubt and fears starting to settle in, you need to break out that weed killer. Go break out that weed killer and get out there and just go pick some weeds or something. You're welcome, Jack. I mean, I've said some bad things here and there, but Pip says, get high, get barefoot, and dig them toe beans into the grass, hang with the trees. I'm telling you guys, like if you get out, get outside, stop watching me for crying out loud. The worst thing you could do right now, Remtac, is continue to sit here and listen to me. I'd prefer you to just turn me off and go do something that actually involves requiring you to live life. I tell you to do it every single day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets. Go outside and do something. Do something. Get away from this. Get away from this if it's getting you down. It's not going to help you to sit here and watch. Sitting here and watch this it can be painful. It can be painful, especially after having a run up, you know? It's like a high of endorphins, and the next thing you know, you're going back down again. And it's just like it's a roller coaster ride of emotional trauma is what it really is. And so, you know, you either have to become so numb to it that it just doesn't even affect you, or you know, you can just walk away and rejuvenate and forget about it. Loose change, welcome. Thick says everyone close. Yes, let's do this. Except for the last part. Dang it, why did I have to read the last part? Everybody close your eyes. Just imagine that nice sunset with the big fluffy clouds. Maybe that mountain viewed backdrop with a stream running through. Maybe just a happy tree. A little happy tree over here. You have a nice stone that you're having a picnic on, the sunlight beating down on you. Find your zen. Find your zen. Feel good. Go out and get some fresh air. Maybe do some disc golf. Maybe go go to the golf range and just smack some balls. Seriously, like just whack. Go to Top Golf. Go to Top Golf and just go go do some driving. You know, treat yourself to something different. I'm just reading what you guys are writing. Eric says, I swear I've heard you on some kind of audiobook. No, I'm just Bob Ross reincarnated. Because you know what Remtac needs right now, and I hope I haven't seen him write anything in here. I hope he turned it off. I really do hope that he turned it off. Because what he needs right now is a little bit of this Bob Ross energy drink. It literally is a Bob Ross positive energy drink. Who would have thought a positive Bob Ross energy drink? I just can't even imagine. I'm gonna do it, guys. I'm gonna step away for a break myself. It is my break time. Yeah, man. Remtac, good. Go start your weekend early. Go out there, have a drink on me. You know, send me a DM, Remtac. Send me a DM. I'll send you to a movie this weekend. If you want to go to a movie, send me a DM. I'll get you a movie ticket. I'll send you to a movie. All right? Go watch Batman or something. Go watch Batman or what's one? I don't know. Go watch something. You can go watch that new flick with Sandra Bullock in it. I'll put you in a Dolby one of those Dolby movie theaters. I'm not even kidding, Remtac. Feel free to reach out to me, man. But do something. Get out. when down, I truly watch the movie Grumpy Old Men and it works. You know what, Buck? I always used to say that those are the kind of guys I want to hang out with when I'm old. I really do. I want to hang out with those guys when I'm old. That's not true, Bino. It's not true at all. There's actually a lot of us who are still in the money, and we're still holding. And that's the truth. And you haven't lost anything until you've actually sold. You have unrealized losses until you've sold. Now, hopefully most of you guys are sticking to the golden rules that I have in the description box, which is golden rule number 1 is to only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. Why? Because it helps you to hold longer without having that emotional attachment to the money that's there. You can just sit there and let it sit like it's in a savings account, and it will never bother you. Jack Wolf, why does that say super chat? Vix is like a grinder money dancing every time someone puts a coin in its cup. Why does that say super chat? Oh, yep. I gotta go on break, guys. Cutie Cut's reminding me. And usually when I go to break, price goes up. You're welcome, Remtac. I'm not kidding. You can DM me. I will see you guys later. Heading to break. Let's see what am I gonna do here. I gotta get the message up on the screen. Unfortunately, you know what? I'm not gonna put anything on the screen. Normally, I put a message on there that says when I'm gonna be back by. I'm gonna just hope that you guys can tell people if anybody asks. Oops, that's the wrong button. The reason that I'm not putting it up there is because today I have it turned into something else where it says language advisory. That's that language advisory is for the song that I played today. So I'm just gonna leave that up there, and if everybody asks where I'm coming, I'll be back at 11, and I'll put the tunes on before I go. I'll see you guys back at 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. Actually, I know what I can do. I'll put it in the chat. There we go. All right, see you guys in a bit. Alrighty, I'm back. Miss Harris, good to see you. I've heard people call you mom before. I don't know you well enough to really call you mom, and I have a mom, so I'm probably just gonna call you Miss Harris. Doug. All right, let's check it out. Let's check out our numbers. I had to get my jacket on. It's cold in here. It's cold in my house today. It's almost like I need to turn on the heater. Texas forgot to turn on the heat. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. As of an hour ago, off exchange was 51.42 and the EDGX was at 14.21. Let's see what those numbers look like now. Now 53.53 and 13.58. So the EDGX is coming down a little bit, but still higher, a full percentage point higher than our normal 30-day average, and the off exchange is definitely higher than our 30-day average as well. The combined number for that is 67% into the off exchange for the day today. That's going to be about 3% higher than normal, our average. Taking a look at Ortex, let's give that a refresh. An hour ago, there was 630,000 shares on loan. There's now a reporting of 466,000 shares having been returned. That's going to lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.54. Cost to borrow average is still around 2.5 at 2.51. And let's look at the options. Remember, guys, that short interest does tend to drop before a big price run. And the reason for that is that the hedge fund, the hedge funds. Why do I always say the like the? The hedge funds are like to get their short interest off the books. Oh man, I need to talk better. Get good, Casey. Taking a look at a $25 strike price on the calls an hour ago, there were 16.9 thousand contracts. There's now 20.8. And on the put side of things, at a $23 strike price an hour ago, there was 9.1 thousand contracts. Now it's 10.6. But that's essentially what it comes down to. Short interest. No hedge funds wants to have short interest on the books if price is going to start rising. So they close as many positions that are in the money as possible. Hence the reason for shares becoming available to loan again, and also short interest dropping. Orders by Fidelity customers, we currently have GME sitting in number 1 position with 62% buys to 38% sales, looking very strong. AMC slipped another position down to 4th highest traded stock on Fidelity, but our buy to sell ratio is looking a lot better. We're up to 59% buys to 41% sells. SSR does trip at $22.18. It is not on for the day today. Shares borrowed in the last hour, 100K. That puts us at 3.95 million shares borrowed for the day today so far, according to Stonko Tracker. 3.4 was yesterday. A normal average borrow amount for a day that we used to see was 4.5 million. The fee for the day today is 1.4, or has moved from 1.2 to 1.4%. We currently have 46.6 thousand contracts that are in the money on the calls, 210,000 contracts that are out of the money on the puts, 133.7 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the puts. Putting on the Ritz. NASDAQ is down 0.45, Dow Jones is down 0.33, and S&P 500 is down 0.42. Even though all three indices are showing that there is downwards pressure and movement in stocks, or the overall stock prices, we do currently have more advancers than decliners, with 4,169 advancers to 3,450 decliners. What that kind of tells me is that it's more than likely the blue chips that are down, perhaps the mid caps that are up. Mid to small. The VIX is down 0.19, IWM is down 0.818, Tesla is down 0.29, Amazon is down 0.42, Cinemark is down, wait, what the heck am I saying? Wow, I can't believe I just read all those green numbers as down. It happens, guys. It happens. 9 hours a day, 5 days a week. You get tired by the end. IWM is up 0.2. Tesla's up 0.27. Amazon is up 0.42. Cinemark is down 0.64. Doge is up 1.21. Bitcoin is up 2.29. GME is up 5.39. Our gold mine is down 5.66. Hood is down 0.96, and AMC is down 5.58. We currently have more outflow than inflow by 1 million and $1 million. We've traded 32.88 million shares for the day today. We've definitely had a decrease in volume here, a pretty hefty decrease in volume for the day. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for about 80 million shares traded for the day today. That's much, much less than what I had predicted on pre-market. So unless we have volume rising dramatically in the end of the day today, I'm probably going to be off on volume prediction, but I had said 95 to 115. So this would be one of those kind of moments where you'd be looking perhaps in the future. I'm trying to give you guys an example of like instances where we could predict what the volume might be for the day, be slightly off. And this is why I hate being over in my volume predictions and under. I don't mind being under in volume prediction, but being over is kind of, it gives you an unquestionable moment in time where you kind of go like, okay, are we going to get a late run volume push or not? So if you get a big price increase, but not a volume push, then that kind of tells you that, it kind of gives you an idea as to what may happen, that it may be a selling point in the future. This is just for the future reference. Like right now, like if let's say like previous day's volume was 120 or 130 million, and then today we had, we were dipping down into like the 80 range. The question is will volume pick up in the end of the day and spike enough to be able to compensate for the day over day volume decreasing? And that's where you would have to see, you'd have to wait and see on a run up what volume would look like as it's running up. On the weekly, you have more selling pressure than buying pressure. More buying pressure than selling pressure, and an RSI of 48.83, which is just about average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.15, which is above average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 29.64, which is oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 23.55, heavily oversold. And a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.22, which is below average. We are really, really getting close to one of the first possible turning around points, which would be, I believe, 34% downwards momentum. The 23.16 that we're at right now is a new low from our previous low of 23.26. So I'm still recording new lows and not new highs. In order, let's see, 22.82. Actually, I lied. The 22.82 is actually 33.5% down from our last previous high of 34.33. Oh, thank you, Miss Harris. Doug, you know what? I'm gonna tell you this. I'm not a I'm a I'm a patchy hair grower. I'm not even kidding. I'm actually a really patchy hair grower on my face. Once you get it long enough, it just starts filling in. You wouldn't think it just by looking at you know how this beard looks and everything, but I'm telling you right now, it starts to fill in. Hopefully that would work for you as well. Hey, we love you too, Miss Harris. Doug. I actually had a Red Bull while I was on break. My wife bought me I guess there's a new flavor. I didn't bring it back onto the show. I probably should have done that. Froggy drinks Red Bulls all the time. I used to have an addiction to Red Bulls, and we were drinking them quite often. I kicked the habit because it was getting bad. It was just getting bad. Sometimes you know in life when you've got a bad habit and you just have to quit it. And but she did buy me a Red Bull. They've got a new flavor. It's a watermelon. Well, I think it's a new flavor. A watermelon Red Bull, and so I tried that while I was on break, and it was pretty decent. Not too shabby. They absolutely do apes are us. In fact, if you look at, I'll prove to you. I'll prove to you that they're creating new short positions. That's actually that's a great thing that you're saying right there. Apes are us. So what I'll show you is this. It's okay if price is moving down so long as more short interest is being opened, right? So if you have, let me get rid of this. So what you have here is a representation of on loan amount and short interest. Now, if you see on loaning amount heading upwards and short interest heading downwards, that could be closing of some positions that they have on the books, and they're just trying to take them out as loans. There's a little bit of a separation happening here. But one of the things that I find that I like looking at the most is this right here. And let me just pull this back out just a little bit so you can see November, because I want you to see something very peculiar that occurred. Maybe if you're new to the channel, you haven't seen this before. I'm actually going to delete this and pull up a new picture. Oh man, I don't want to have to. All right, I'm just going to do it. I don't care. So I'm just pulling this up on here so I can kind of draw for you guys to show you something. Long institutions make the most money when you see this difference between on loan amount and short interest, right? That's where they're making the most money when you see these separation gaps. They're making a lot of money during those periods of time. Oops, that was a nervous jerk. You guys are like, wait, what? What do you have, like Tourette's of the hand? But anyways, what I wanted you to see here is this specific point right here. And what happened was that this is short positions closing out positions. They're getting their on loan amounts, closing them out, so that the only thing that's on loan is basically what's short. That was all that was left that was on loan was what was on short. It was in short interest. Long institutions saw this. They saw this and they said, no, 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 nay, nay. That's what they said. They said, nay, nay. And so what did they do? In November, this is back in November. You guys remember when price started falling in November? Price started falling, and we found out based off of the 13F and 13F and 13G filings was that a lot of institutions sold their positions, and then oh, give me a second, guys. I got somebody knocking on the door. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. So what we got here is institution said nay nay. And basically what they said is we're going to start selling our positions, and the forced selling brought shares to the market. So when the shares were brought into the market, hedge funds knew that, you know, if they didn't start buying, well, first off, they needed to start buying those shares in order to um, complete some of their orders, and then also they needed those shares in order to also close out positions that they had that they wanted that they needed to close out. So as that happened, that can oftentimes create buying pressure on the market. So what they did is they, you know, to reduce buying pressure, they started shorting as the price started falling. Also, short attack ladder down the price at the same time. So you have on loan amounts starting to spike back up because they're trying to resist, and they're taking out loans on those shares that are being returned. And so you end up having this separation of short interest and on loan amounts that are occurring right here. So that's where basically institutions started, long institutions started forcing hedge funds into a borrowing frenzy again with more short interest. And you can see a huge spike up in short interest that occurred right after that happened. As soon as they started selling off some of their positions, short interest starts going up. And now you have they've essentially long institutions by selling off their positions and then buying back in at lower prices, right? So when the price started moving back up, which happened right here, they started buying back into their positions at a lower price. Oh, hold on a second. So so they bought in at two different specific points. They bought in a little bit towards the end of November, and then they also bought back in later part of December. And those were the two periods of time where it drove up price, and you started seeing short interest rising up during those periods of time. So and we saw it in the 13Fs and the 13Gs that were filed. We definitely know that that's the case. So, but I just kind of wanted to show this to you. They close out positions and then they open up new positions. Definitely. So whoever had asked that question, that is 100% the case. If SSR is triggered today, then I would reset. I would reset the 3 to 4 days as to today's date. If we were to trip that again, whatever the last SSR date is that we trip, I would just start counting down 3 to 4 days. Don't answer it if it's the hedgies. Okay. I have no idea what Logos is. I'm gonna have to look that up. Are borrowed shares meant to be used for shorting, or can the longs as well? So long institutions don't typically short prices down that I'm aware of. In fact, NOSA, a couple of different times when I've mentioned before on the show that the long institutions were controlling price. Typically, what ends up happening is you see a bunch of V-shaped patterns in price movement. When hedge funds are in control of price, you see price moving in more zigzagging kind of Z patterns. Z is not really the right kind of, more like N type patterns that's on like a sloping downside. So there's a big difference between those. It is a bird, Monty. I'm gonna give you the bird. How's that? We're gonna give you the bird here in a minute. Okay, sounds good. I will let me help you out here. I'll be right back, guys. All right, sorry about that. Let's see. Get rid of that. What does eating crow mean? It means you're starving. Eating crow means it means that you said. Hold on a second. Oh my gosh. Yes, I know. He's in the backyard now. Oh my goodness. This dog. No, no, it's okay. It's all right. So eating crow basically means that you said something and then you were wrong, and so you have to eat your words basically. That's what eating crow means. Bill says I always get those feathers caught in my teeth. That sounds kind of nasty. Doctor says logos is from ancient Greek meaning wisdom, word of wisdom, spirit of wisdom, etc., something like that. It was picked up and used by some biblical authors as well for expressing beliefs. Okay. Yeas 220, nays 204. James, I'm gonna put oops, sorry about that. There you go. Let's back up. So we hit one of the first turnaround points at 33.5%. Downwards turning point. That $22.96 would have been one of the first turnaround points that I think I would have, or not. I said 22.96. That's not what it is. It is 22.82. The next turnaround point could potentially be at 35%, which would be 22.33. But I would suggest that if they're going to go ahead and take this down to 35%, they're probably going to go that just a little bit extra and probably try to trip SSR. Our current low right now is at $22.71. That is a 33.8% turnaround from 34.33. Utilization is at 100% today, day 38. Is that right? 38 or 39? 38. 38 days in a row. No, it just means that you guys are about ready to you're on the precipice of about owning large sums of money and that you can all start your own dispensaries so that you can become drug overlords. Because of course I know that's on everybody's mind. That's what everybody's planning, coke and hookers apparently. But instead of coke and hookers, it'll just be weed and tokers. Oh man, I joke. He's just gonna go nuts, guys. So basically, it was the pest control came to do the pest control at the house, and so the dog's going nuts, basically. When in doubt, zoom out. That is definitely a thing. Remember rule number one, guys. Rule number one is very, very important. Of the golden rule for ownership of AMC is probably one of the most important rules. Only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. Why? Why is that? Because you do not want to have yourself emotionally attached to this money. You should basically be considering this like a savings account that has monstrous amounts of returns. So, but it takes time. It does take time. That is rule number one, first and foremost. GME is up 4.3% today. I'm just kind of curious right now how much they would have been up had they not been being shorted at this time. Let me just check out I kind of want to see what they look like. So they did run down a little bit as well. So they've lost a portion of what they gained last night from the run up yesterday. We got our second TD9 printing here in this downtrend. Let me see if I can give you guys like a good idea. Let's see if there's any kind of technical analysis patterns we can draw out of this here. Let's see what we got going. I'm gonna do like they say, zoom out. I think we might have found like a line of support here. I mean, if you just kind of take a look at where we've been coming from as far as trajectory goes, there may be room to suggest that, if this breaks through, it might fall a little bit further, maybe not too much. I wouldn't be surprised once they trip SSR if they turn this thing around, though. That wouldn't surprise me one bit. In fact, you can see that we printed a TD9 here on a 30-minute, and you can tell it's still following down. Even the Bollinger Bands are probably just getting absolutely blown up, which means that they are absolutely they're pushing for it. They're gunning for it, and they're going to make a run for that 2218, and then probably bounce off of that. Which is funny because it's right there at that 35% turnaround point, which is very typical for the algorithms to kind of give up on. I don't know the answer to that, Doug. I'd like to say that I think that we'll see something happen this year. I personally think that we'll see something happen this year, but never rule anything out. Never rule anything out. Eric says, 5 kids, I have proof that doesn't work. Oops, just dropped my pen. You can tell they're getting some resistance here, and coming into this last little push down that they got going in here. You can tell with some of these volume spikes that are occurring in here, you can tell they're getting a little bit of resistance. Even some of these smaller minutes never made it down below 60,000. This one was 63,000 right here shares. And that is where they started to execute their downwards push again. Most of this volume in here is running around over 100K a minute. So statistically speaking, guys, just to give you like a historical rundown. Delete. If we have a red day if we had a red day on Wednesday, we have a 29% chance of having a green day on Thursdays. If we have a red day on Thursdays, we have a 25% chance of having a green day on Fridays. So it is very common for us to see 29% is actually one of the second highest numbers that we have for seeing a green day on Thursdays when we have red days on Wednesdays. So whatever price they do get this down to, we may see a rebound off of that level and actually move into a green position by the end of the day. Oh no, wait, today's Friday. Today's Friday, I don't know what I'm saying. So if we have a red day on Thursdays, we have a 25% chance of having a green day on Fridays. So we have a 1 in 4 chance. And I know that sounds really, really bad. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like the 5th highest chance that we have. So it's like a 50. We have a 50-50 chance at a 25% chance. No, it's actually better than that. It's the other way around. We have a 25% chance at it's difficult for me to explain how these numbers work out, but it sounds really low. I know 1 in 4 chance of having a green day sounds low, but it's actually kind of high. It's based off of the idea that over the last year we've seen way more red days than we've seen green days. So when we do have green days, it means something. And since we had a red day yesterday, having a 1 in 4 chance or a 25% chance of moving upwards in price today it's a good statistic. It sounds terrible, but it's actually good. You know, I don't know, Doctor. I really don't know. I don't feel like they're on our side, that's for sure. Yep, I mean that's the whole point. The whole point is for them to make this painful for us. You know, they don't want you to stick around in this play. And part of it is because of the fact that people started selling shares. What was it? The suggestion was made, was it a week ago, Monday? Let's see what we got. Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. Monday was this one. Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. Monday was that one. Was the 18th a Monday? Yeah, no, it was a Friday. Yeah, I think it was the 21st. Yeah, SSR is 22.18. 23 is max pain. My price prediction for the day today, guys, was 23 to 26. And part of that reason was that I felt that we would probably come down, touch 22.33 potentially, and then start driving up in price. So I see that as a very possible potential. On this last run up, though, I'll tell you what, a lot of people are getting their first taste at what it means to be a diamond-handed ape, because there probably are new people who are involved in this investment. Remember when I told you guys to remember your 5 whys and to write them down? This would be part of the reason when you talk to somebody and you're telling them about what's going on in this marketplace, and for them to understand what it is that they're getting involved in. This is it. They're understanding and they're realizing very, very quickly what it means to have diamond hands. It's a potential possibility, yes, Joe. I actually do think that we're going to start seeing some upwards price movements next week. Unfortunately, we have to, historically, if you go back and you look at some of the trends from the past, there is that last little dip. Actually, I'm gonna pull it up on TradingView so you can see it a little bit better. I've got SSR indicators in there for you to see. Hold on one second. Am I on the right stock? Oh yeah, here we go. Am I on 30? I'm on the 30-minute, that's why. So January's run up of last year. You have the SSR triggering. And then you had downwards price movement 2 days after. We triggered 2 days ago. There was downwards price movement all the way up until at some point here where it started to take off during the day. It may have actually started to, it probably started moving down further in the beginning portion of the day and then started taking off in the later portion of the day. And then by the third day after SSR had triggered, price really started rising. Then you come back out to May's run up. You'll see the very same thing happening. And actually, SSR didn't trigger until this day here on the 19th of May. So price was continuing to roll upwards and then opened up on the 19th, and you have at least 2 days of downwards price movement before the third day, on the third day after SSR tripped, price starting to run. So this is very, very typical for this to happen. And then not only that, but I can show you, this is AMC, right? We're looking at AMC and we're looking at past history of AMC, and you're like, yeah, but that doesn't mean it's always going to happen. And I go, oh no, let's go look at what happened at GME. And here you have it. The same thing happened with GME. Same exact thing with GME last January. SSR tripped. Price had a little bit of upwards movement potentially here, but then it did have a downwards movement action happening from day to day. 1, 2. This one, it ripped on the fourth one. Really started ripping on the fourth one. So this is very, very, very common for this to happen. It's just part of the process. MCon says on the third day he rose again. I never put 2 and 2 together, MCon, but yeah. Not one single bit, Apes R Us. In fact, since 2008, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed since 2008. And no, the answer is no. 100% equivocally no. They don't change. They don't change the way that they trade. it makes money. Over the long run, they have more wins stacked against retail than losses. Way more wins. They've had one in forced threw my mind off here with the question, are you a gamer? Yes, I am a gamer. I actually have less of a tolerance for gaming now than I used to, but I am a gamer. Apes R Us said, when we say, hey, this is how it happened back then, wouldn't hedgies know to not let things happen that same way again? And the answer to that is it's just no. They have a tried and true method that has worked time and time and time again. They can't just change it. They just can't. The reason they can't change it is because that's the way the system's set up to work. The system is set up to work because it's worked hundreds and thousands of times. They have the system set up. The algorithms cannot just be changed. They can be finely tuned, but not enough to be able to make a difference for buying and holding, which is the absolute kryptonite to algorithmic trading. And that's, I don't know if maybe you guys were you here, Apes R Us, when I showed Thomas James' video earlier today? I mean, seriously, were you just asking if you were here? Because if you weren't here, I'll show that one more time. We got. There might be new people watching here. Okay, you were at work. Okay, I'll show it one more time because I think it's actually really kind of cool. Thomas James, first off, he had a video that he just put out recently, and somebody wanted me to review it. This is his video right here, and I'm just gonna play like the first like 25 seconds of the or not first 25, but I'm gonna play 25 seconds of his video where he talks about the VW squeeze, and I'm gonna show you something that's gonna just absolutely show you how insanely routine that these algorithms are, and how I'm gonna prove my point to you. Without a shadow of a doubt, I will prove my point to you that the hedge funds will not change their algorithms. They will not change them over many, many, many years because the squeeze for VW happened in 2008, and here we are. How many years is this now? 12, 14 years later. 14 years later, they're still doing the same thing, same exact thing. That many years later, and no, they will not change their systems. So let me just play this for you and show you what I'm talking about.
AMC.
I don't like stream sniping, so I'm only going to play like 25 seconds of this. I think it's kind of rude to like take from other people's content. So here we go.
Going to be sold at that exact $11,000 price point. Obviously, if we look at the very tippy top of the Volkswagen squeeze chart, we can see that Volkswagen only touched the very tippy top of the squeeze for one singular minute. Yes, there was a large number of shares traded during this one singular minute, but the majority of shares throughout the day were traded at points much lower than the very tippy top of the squeeze.
Okay, so that's it. That's all I'm going to play. What I'm going to do is I'm going to screenshot his screen. I'm going to zoom on this because first of all, he said it throughout the entire day. The volume was stayed relatively the same, or he said something to that effect. The first thing I want you to notice here in this screen is that this is October 27th. The start of October 27th right here. The 24th is here, which means there was a weekend in between. So 27th was a Monday. The 28th was the day that the actual biggest portion of the squeeze fell on. And then he's also got 29th, but he was saying the volume over the entire day, and he was pointing at this entire amount of volume. But this is actually 3 days worth of volume, 4 days if you want to count this over here. This is 4 days worth of trading volume all on one page. The other part to what he said is that he said each one of these, that it only reached the top of 1,000 euros per share, only touched for 1 minute period of time. I'm going to prove to you that that's not the case. And nothing against Thomas James, it's just he didn't do all of his homework. So if I draw a line up here for the beginning of the 27th, as straight as I possibly can, and I draw a line up for the beginning of the 28th, the first thing that I want to show you is that this portion of time right here, my line kind of moved just a tad bit there, but this portion of time right here is pre and aftermarket hours from the previous day. So this is actually cut into quarters. The 27th is cut into quarters. Oh man, my line sucked right there. Oh man, why does it keep doing it right at the same spot? It must be my hand or something. Anyways, this is cut into quarters, and so if you take a normal standard trading day, which is 390 minutes, you divide it by 4 so you know what quarters look like. That comes out to 97.5 minutes per quarter. And then you can tell that he's got about 12 or 13 lines. I've already counted them out. 12 or 13 lines that he's got in here in between each one of these quarters. So you divide the quarter down by 12. And it comes out to about 8.12. Well, nobody does 8-minute charts. These are probably 10-minute candles. Each one of these candles are probably 10-minute candles. I said 15 earlier this morning, but I don't know. I think there's somewhere between 10 and 15-minute candles. They've got to be 10-minute candles. They're somewhere around there. So if these are 10-minute candles and he says that it only touched $1,000 for 1 minute of trading, I call BS. Because there were 3 candles that touched that range in this charting. And that's like 30 minutes worth of time that it traded for in that amount of time. And that's on the 28th. I can verify this data for you by pulling up Volkswagen on TradingView and show you the same exact chart that he's got pulled up here. And indeed, it shows you down here at the bottom. The 27th of August, this is on a daily indicator. The 27th of August was the beginning portion of the drive up, and then the 28th was the drive up to 1,000. So indeed, I am looking at the same chart that he's looking at here, but on a daily versus a 10-minute candle that he had set up. So he's looking at the right stock. He's got the right thing. But this is what I want to show you. More specifically than anything, I always have told you there's a period of time where you can find where volume starts to fall, and it gives you an idea as to where you're going to sell on the backside, and price will rise up to within 25% of the total price that it gets up to. This line right here is a representation of 25% from the top. There are portions on the backside of the squeeze that you can absolutely sell on that will get you to within 25% of the top, and there's plenty of minutes to do it in. Plenty of minutes. Now, the other thing besides all this that's going to blow your mind is when I take this picture right here and I show you that the algorithms do not change, ever. The algorithms never change. Because lo and behold, there's our squeeze up in May and June. And look how damn close that is to what that looks like in Volkswagen. I'm telling you guys, these things are very predictable, extremely predictable, but you got to know what you're looking for. If you don't know what you're looking for, you'll miss. Notice this little downswing right here. I'm looking at the daily of June. Here's your downswing right here. Very, very predictable. Extremely. Notice right here, this little downtrend right here. Remember I told you we triggered on the, what day did I say? Oh, the 20th. We triggered on 520, which is this spot right here. I'll bet you if I went and looked, I'll bet you they triggered SSR right here on VW. Just saying, guys. These things are extremely predictable if you know what you're looking for. Do your research, do your DD, and you will find the patterns that you need to find to trade this the way that is going to make you the most successful. No, Cookie Monster, I do not. Look at the order book. Hold on, let me get my numbers back on the page here. That's probably what it is, Kevin. All those paint chips from, I still haven't wiped it down. I really haven't. The mouse pad is pretty clean. I did wipe that off. There's one thing I can't stand more than anything is having a mouse that has crunchies underneath it. So that's wiped down, but I still haven't wiped down the rest of the desk because I'm gonna have to clear everything off the desk to fix that. Well, you mean GME's not running up? Do you mean GME's not running up, Brandon? I'm sorry. I must have missed it somewhere. Hmm. Yeah, you're right. It's not running up at all. I hope you guys' minds are blown. I really hope you guys' minds are blown. Like, I hope that just gave you like a moment of pause. I told you guys that I went back and did a minute by minute research modeling of GME, and that I found algorithmic trading patterns that were repeatable over and over and over. And the thing is that nothing has changed. Ever since they did that, we have been completely falling within the guidelines of those rules to this day. Nothing has changed. And when you go back in time and you look at how things were traded in the past, the Tesla squeeze, the VW squeeze, it still pans out the same way. Nothing has changed. Nothing. It's all the same. They don't change anything because they win more often than not. And because they can win more often than not, they just keep the same game plan. That would be like saying, I've got a 99% chance of making a touchdown with this play, but just because the last time I did it, it wasn't successful, I'm not going to make that play anymore. You know what I'm saying? If you have a 99% success rate on a specific play and you only lose 1% of the time, why would you change the play? You never would, because you'll take those losses. You will absolutely take those losses when they hit because you'll try to find a way out of it, or the government will bail you out, or something will save you, because along the way, along the journey of making those 99% plays, you become a billionaire. And that's why you keep the playbook the same and you never change it, because it makes you a billionaire. Now, what I'm not telling you guys is you can use the synthetic price failure to go look at any stock that's heavily shorted and find the same algorithmic trading patterns. Every single one. Every single one. You could turn yourself into an amazing trader by just knowing where they swing their patterns at. If you just knew where to look and how to know what to look for in the algorithms, you can become an amazing trader, and all you have to know is synthetic price failures, and that's it. That's all you would have to know. Yes, Doug. That's correct. That's 100%. I just get a crack up saying your name every time. That's exactly right. That's 100% right. What I am telling you is that if you try to sell on the way up on a squeeze play, you're never going to know where the top is. You're just never going to know. I'm offering you a chance to be able to look, and I've explained this before, like as an Angry Birds game. I've offered you a chance to ride an elevator up the building and to find out what floor the TNT is sitting on, so that you can stand on the other side and shoot your Angry Birds at the TNT because you know where the TNT is stored at, versus selling with a blindfold on and just trying to randomly shoot and hope that eventually you're going to hit the TNT. That's what I'm offering. And, and I'm offering it free of charge. Because if I make you successful, it helps me to be successful. It's free of charge. It's open source information. I have broken the algorithmic code so that you can become successful. Unfortunately, I probably won't do anything like that, Doug. Apes, they've had years to test, and they haven't changed anything. They've had years and years and years. There was something I told you that I wasn't telling you about the AMC GME community. There's nefarious actors within our community. That's probably what it was. You know what, 2 weeks, bro? That's exactly that's what breaks the algorithms. The buying and holding is what breaks the algorithms. Knowing how the algorithms work when it does come time to sell is that's I mean, because obviously you have to have an exit strategy, and that's the point. Is knowing buying and holding is what breaks the algorithms. selling at the right point is knowing how the algorithms work and how they're going to trade, and even during margin calls, because uh, algorithmic trading is based off of human psychology, and so it will work even when margins are being closed, or I should say covered. I'm sorry, I should have said covered. I'm not sure what you're saying there, Doug. I'm not sure if I get it. They've faced plenty of situations like this before, Apes R Us. That's just usually it's been against institutions, not retail. This is the first time. This is the second time that they've had to face up against retail. Well, maybe the third time. Oh, they'll cover. They will cover money making tone. They'll cover when the margin calls roll in and it's forced. It won't be by their own choice. It will be forced upon them. Um, well, all I can tell you, I just showed you an example of how back in June we did the same thing we did as we did in January. We did the same thing as we did back in during the Tesla squeeze. We did the same exact thing as we did for the VW squeeze. I've shown you examples of at least 2008 and our current movements with AMC. You can go back and check it for yourself on GME that there's very similar patterns as well. And you can see it on Tesla as well. So I've given you multiple examples that you can go check out for yourself. And I'm not trying to be a dick or anything, but just go check the information that I'm giving you. Go verify and see if what I'm telling you is correct or not. And you'll see that because the example you're giving is that it's like a 9/11 event, and then once before it happens, it like everything changes. And what I would tell you is that um, it's not like that, because 9/11 doesn't happen on an every single day basis, right? If 9/11 happened every single day, changes would really take place. Okay? They're running a playbook. They're running a playbook and they keep doing the same play over and over and over, and 99% of the time they win. 1% of the time they lose. They've become billionaires off of the 99%. They're not going to change the playbook off of a 1% loss, because changing the playbook means that they lose. That's what it means. They can't just suddenly change the playbook and hope for the best, because that means that could cost them billions of dollars. The Ape Father's man-child, didn't you and my dad have a toe wrestling match in the kiddie pool? What the heck does that mean? That's crazy. No, I hear you. I know you're picking my brain, man. I'm cool. I'm good with it. I'm totally good with it. I just I start to get serious sounding. Don't take me as trying to be like a jerk or anything like that. I just get really serious sounding when I'm talking about a topic that I'm really interested in or I'm serious about. So I'm sure my voice inflections make it sound like I'm like trying to like be mean or something, but that's not really how I'm trying. This is why I don't do well in public settings. This is why I'm not cut out to be a YouTuber. I don't explain myself very well without keeping my voice inflections calm and smooth and collected. This is why I'll never do interviews, live media interviews, because I just can't control myself. I get too excited. I get passionate about what it is I'm talking about instead of being calm and relaxed. No, you're welcome, Brandon. I'm glad somebody sees it as soothing. When I'm talking, I feel like I'm just being like I'm trying to beat you over the head or something. You know, it's 12:18, guys, and I forgot to go over the data. Let me refresh. We need to go over the data. I talked well beyond what I should have. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page, and we're going to look at off exchange. When we finally do meet up, guys, because I have a feeling that when this is all over, we'll meet up. I hope you're not disappointed. You're going to find that the Casey that you think I am is not the Casey that you really will meet in person. I'm not. I don't do well in crowds. I just don't do well in crowds. Off exchange is 53.53%, and EDGX is at 13.58. Let's refresh. 53.5 and 13.21 are the new numbers, or I just refreshed it and I can't remember if I did or didn't. Where do those numbers stand compared to the 30-day average? We're currently like 2% higher on the off exchange and about 1% higher on the EDGX. So we're trading about 3% total more in volume than I would say the average pace. No, wait, hold on a second. 56. Yeah, about 3%, 2 to 3% more than the average pace that we see in a day. My son had a term that he had, and I can't remember what it was called exactly, but it has something to do with when you watch YouTubers, you have like I forget, it's something relationship. It sounds like a psychological term, but it's some kind of relationship where it's a one-sided relationship. So when you meet me in real person, you're gonna be disappointed. You're gonna be like, this is not who I thought I knew. It's just gonna be, I don't know, it'll probably be very strange, but I'll still do it. An hour ago, there was 466,000 shares on loan, returned, being reported by Ortex. It's now 461,000 shares having been borrowed. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the current short share interest of the free float to 20.61%. Cost to borrow is going back up again to 2.71. And let's take a look at our options. At a $25 strike price, there's 20.8 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 27.5. On the puts at a $23 strike price, there was 10.6 thousand contracts. There's now 17.6. So the market's still kind of showing a closing price somewhere around $24. Max pain is 23, so maybe 20, closer to the 23 side. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is still sitting first spot here. 62% buys to 38% sales. AMC still in fourth with 60% buys to 40% sales. Thank goodness. It's been about a week and a half or so, I think, since we've had buy to sell orders, 60% to 40%. That's looking good. I like that for our futures. Trigger price is for SSR is 22.18 today. Shares borrowed in the last hour, 100K. No, 50K. That puts us at 4 million shares borrowed for the day today. 3.4 yesterday. Fees for borrowing is at 1.4 still. 41.7 thousand contracts are in the money for the calls. 214.9 thousand contracts are out of the money for the calls. 125.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. The Nasdaq is down 0.48. The Dow Jones is down 0.36, and the S&P 500 is down 0.43. We have more advancers than decliners, with 3,932 advancers to 3,705 decliners. The VIX is up 0.58. IWM is down 0.08. Tesla is up 0.04. Amazon is up 0.22. Cinemark is down 1.1. Doge is down up 1.53. Bitcoin is up 1.68. GameStop is up 3.33. HYMC, our gold mine, is down 8.7. Hood is down 1.44, and AMC is down 6.9. Our inflow versus outflow, there's currently, I can't do math, 5, 6, 7, 8, $8 million more in outflow than inflow. 42 million shares having been traded for the day today. We are definitely past the halfway point. We're on pace for about 70 million shares traded for the day today, which is much, much lower than I had predicted, which was 95 to 115. I have to say my volume predictions have been kind of trash lately. Not going to lie. On the weekly, buying pressure over selling pressure, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.36, which is just about average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.15, which is just above average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.69, showing a signal for oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 22.08, signaling for oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure and what appears to be an imminent crossover within the next 15 to 20 minutes with an RSI of 39.82 and rising. We may have found a bottom. And we may be heading towards a breakout. We do have decreasing price with decreasing volume, which is bullish. Yep. Oh, it's actually starting to, it looks like it may be breaking out like right now. It should get a rejection with the TD9. It should. Although it's not even close to hitting a Bollinger Band. No, it's not the Stockholm Syndrome. That's not what it is. You know what? I'm just going to text him so I can tell you. Thick says, no worries, I get it. I'm like this. Don't meet your heroes. You'll be disappointed. I really feel like that's how it'll be for you guys. Fahad, how's it going, man? Doctor says the new Shaw mug will have a cloaking device if you want to dodge your in-laws. I like my in-laws. They're not bad. April Fools. Haha. Nice try, AP. Kevin said that's why Casey said shaving beard after this. He doesn't want to be recognized in person. I know that would be the weirdest part. If you guys met me and the beard's gone, you'd be like, you just wouldn't even recognize me in public. Yeah, that would be me, Thick. I would be sitting in the corner just watching everybody walk in, trying to just hide. I would sit there and I'd watch you guys like I would sit there and watch you congregate, and I'd love watching you see you guys like meeting each other for the very first time and realizing who you are and giving each other hugs and shaking hands, and I would enjoy that so much just to see that. Yeah, don't come here. Don't come over here. Oh crap, they found me. I don't know if I'd call it difficulties because I really do think that they can just trip it when they want to. I would look at it more in terms of like maybe it's just not profitable. They might not be finding any shares here being bled into the market as they're driving down the price, so they'll let it rise back up, and they'll come back down and try for it again and see if they can't, create like a sense of like urgency, like this may be your last chance to sell at this kind of this high of a number. So there's just it's a lot of testing. The algorithms are basically creating a psychological event here where they want people to sell. So if they really wanted to push this down into the range of hitting, SSR, I think they could do it pretty easily. I think this is more of a psychological impact than anything, especially after yesterday's news, evening's news. Abdul says, how do you feel about lose factors affecting the squeeze of major halts, possible broker liquidation issues, broker apps not processing orders, and institutions dumping shares early? Well, I'm not. Okay, so first off, institutions dumping their shares early is not going to have any effect on the squeeze. Brokers' apps not processing orders would definitely not have any impact on the squeeze because they need the orders to go through, the sell orders to go through in order for there to be any kind of. I mean, if you're talking about a squeeze and you have and you have margin calls happening, um, they have to get orders to complete. They wouldn't shut down at that point. They wouldn't shut down the brokers. It would be senseless. And then major halts could definitely have an impact on where price moves to, but it doesn't really change anything in the squeeze. So, okay, so this is the term my son used, parasocial relationship. It's actually a legitimate term. Parasocial interactions refers to a kind of psychological relationship experienced by an audience and their meditated, oh no, mediated encounters with performers in mass media, particularly on television and on online platforms. Parasocial relationship. I'd like to think that we have a little bit more something than parasocial relationship, just because I do reach out to you guys, and I make myself very available for you guys to be able to reach me. So I like to think that there's more than just parasocial relationship. But the thing is our relationship exists only beyond a screen. You don't really know me, and I don't really know you. We don't share life. I guess we do share life stories, but I mean, it's different. You know what I'm saying? We're like coworkers. You know them, but you don't know what they're really like at home. Yeah, I'd like to think that we have, a better grouping, a better group here than more than just a parasocial. What was the term again? I always forget what it's called. Parasocial relationship. Well, I mean, we're coworkers, but we act like we're family. I mean, some of the fights we get into in here. All right, so we're actually getting a breakout going down in this box here. So again, this is going to be another attempt to try and push this down. It's defying most logic. If price is trending down and volume is trending down, it should be a bullish move. But of course, they're going to try and drop this down. Um, it's more of the psychological attacks on price. So the thing, I just don't like to focus on the people. I like to focus on the ideas. So I don't care one way or the other about Lou. It's not like whatever. He is who he is, and that's fine. But when he wants to throw out crazy ideas all the time, I mean, you are what you eat. You are what you eat. And if you start putting junk into your brain's going to spit out junk. Um, just listening to Lou is like eating hot dogs your whole life. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but that just makes me laugh. That makes me really, really laugh. Because that's what it is. That's really what it is. You guys know. You guys know. I refuse to believe. I refuse to believe that you guys were just born yesterday. Bad wieners. I know you guys weren't born yesterday. And I know you know a swindler when you see one. I know you know a swindler when you hear one, right? You know it. You know when you've walked onto a car dealership. You just know it. As soon as they start talking, the words coming out of their mouth, you go like, "Yep, I'm on a car dealership." You know what I'm talking about. I don't have to make any insinuations. You know exactly what it is I'm talking about, and you know it to be true, and yet you still feed your brain that information. Why? What is it? You want to see a car wreck. You want to see a train wreck. That's what you want to see. You're really there for the train wreck, but somehow it manages to get into your head, and then you go around and you ask questions because it gets into your head. And I'm just telling you guys, keep eating those hot dogs, and you're going to become a hot dog. You're going to become a hot dog. Feed your brain smart information. Listen to smart people. Not me. not, not me. Maybe people like Pantheon. He's smart people. Maybe like AMC Bigums. Go listen to smart people. Fill your brain with things that are intelligent. Become better. This is your money you're talking about here. AMC Panda says, "Don't eat the hot dog, just the water from it." Yeah, that's right. You don't eat the hot dog. You just drink the water. I'm just telling you guys, you will absolutely you'll grow and you'll flourish more if you listen to the things that expand your mind and make you grow and help you to understand why things are happening the way they're happening. You'll never learn if you just keep watching train accidents all the time. You'll never learn anything. That's just how I feel. No, no, no. Hold on, Eric. I like what it is that you're saying, but I never once said that he was like a legitimate ballpark dog, like the good ones. I never said that. I didn't say what kind of hot dog. I'm talking about, I'm not talking about Oscar Mayer wieners here that are cheese stuffed. I'm talking about the really junky ones. You know, the ones that are like 30 cents for the whole package. I love you, doctor. No homo. Yes, Hill Country Fair. Thank you, Brian. I couldn't think of the brand name. I knew you guys would know what I was talking about. Lou said that a stock split is dilution. I heard you blew up Pantheon. I heard you blew up the other day. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it yet, but I'd like to imagine I'd like to imagine that Pantheon had his paintbrush in his hand and he was just painting this like beautiful sky, maybe some beautiful trees, maybe a nice babbling brook that was going through, and then somebody came through and just started splotching like black ink all over his painting. And Pantheon probably Pantheon just probably looked over, and I don't know. I'm gonna have to go watch the video. I'm gonna have to go watch the video and see where Pantheon um, lost his shit. But I would like to imagine that that's probably what caused it. Oh, and here he is writing. I lost my shit the other night. I refuse to acknowledge the existence of him anymore. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, you know, it's hard. It's hard. It's hard to paint a beautiful canvas or maybe to make like a beautiful sand castle and have somebody just come through and just stomp all over it because they think it's funny. It's really difficult. You know, the true painters, like Pantheon, the true painters around here in this community, they're painting beautiful masterpieces. They're painting beautiful, beautiful masterpieces for you to enjoy. But you'd rather see a train wreck. Pantheon, can you please, can you please tell me so I can skip forward to the time. Do you have the time period that it was on? Because I really want to go see it, and I just can't sit there and forward through. Can you please just tell me what period of time that was that roughly on your video? Because I heard it was like last night or the night before. CM, I know I'm not wrong, man. I've played poker, man. I've played poker for a lot of years. I played poker for a lot of years, and I've seen them all. I guess really just being 45 years old gives me the ability to be able to say that I've seen everybody. I've moved from Virginia to California to Oregon to Arizona to Texas. I've lived in all those states, and I've seen a lot of people. I've been all over the world. I've been to Africa. Well, more specifically, Kenya. I've been to Kenya. I've been to Turkey, Greece, a lot of different Greek islands. I've been to Europe. Um, where else have I been to? I've been to Mexico. I've been to Canada. I've been all over the world. And it really surprises me how no matter where you go in the world, the people are the same. You can find the same characters everywhere you go. There's an MCon here. There's a Pantheon over there. And there's a Dr. Zeno over here. But you move to another location and you got those same three people someplace else. It's kind of crazy. Look at Tony DeNaro's morning video. Okay. Speaking of which, guys, I'm going to announce that again here since you're bringing it up. Tony's going to have an interview with me today, guys. After the show gets done today, I'm going to wrap it up and then have a quick siesta. Not a siesta. I'm going to do like a quick couple minute sound check and video check with Tony. And then I'll start the show back up again 15 minutes. I'm hoping 15 minutes after market close. And then I'm going to do my live interview with Tony DeNaro later today. There will be questions. You guys are allowed to ask questions. Hopefully, I'd like you guys to prefer to keep your questions till after the interview. But if you want to ask him throughout, he can choose to answer if he wants to. And don't forget Doug. Yep, there's Dougs everywhere. Casey's body count coming up. I don't know what that means. What does that mean, Keto? Oh, Keto, we never got your price prediction in for the day today, and somebody else gave a price prediction. I took it. I don't think I ever got it from you unless did you give me one? I don't know if I and it's good to see you, Keto. By the way, that's overdue. Can you tell me what it was again, please? Because I didn't get it. 8:30ish. I don't have it. Do you know what it was? If you don't know what it is, I'll go back and check. But oh, not Chan Chan said up here. Why are algos permitted? Seems their only purpose is to suck money out of the working people. Is there another reason why someone may argue why they're okay? Am I missing something? You're not missing anything, not Chan Chan. That's literally, um, I mean, that's what the market's made to do. It's made to make money, and there's really only a couple places it can make it from. And one of the biggest places it can make money from is institutional, or not institutional, retail investors. That's one of the great, not one of the great, one of the easiest places for them to make money. Thank you, Keto. I don't know if you noticed or not, Keto, but you got a toolbar next to you now. Keto's not a tool. He's the tool. I'm teasing. Yeah, that is kind of weird, Doug. The market is to invest and make money, not rob and make money. Algos should not be permitted. Um, I mean, that's not really. Unfortunately, not really. Keto, we haven't talked on the side yet, but I know with price predicting comes great responsibility. And I know you've learned through the hard way and dedication of spending day in and day out here um, with us that you understand what it takes to be a part of this community. And I appreciate you being here and participating. Freedom of speech is the number one, first and foremost rule. You get to decide. I don't know you. We don't know each other personally. Um, but I trust you. I trust that you're going to look out for the community and protect it. I anoint you, Sir Keto. Thank you, Abdul. Pantheon's probably still trying to find it. He's like, I'm gonna copy and paste that down. I appreciate that. Well, Jack, you're gonna get Tony and me tonight. I'm gonna interview Tony for his moment in the spotlight for historical um, documentation. We're gonna get a chance or an opportunity to see who Tony is. Um, I have I have one special question that I'm allowed to ask Tony that I keep that I tell every person that I'm interviewing that I keep one question that they don't know in advance that I'm going to ask them. I'm kind of debating between two questions that I'm going to ask him, but I think I'm going to ask him. I think I know which one I'm going to ask him. But I just want to see a smile on his face more than anything, uh, because I think there's that moment as an interviewer where if you can't make your person who you're interviewing smile, then you're probably just not doing a very good job of interviewing. So hopefully I can get him to smile during that question. Um, We'll see. Yep, Thick's got it down. Fishing for confetti hands. It's 100% right. They'll get this. They'll get this down and trip SSR or end it at the 35% mark. They could take it down to as far as 40% down, which would be 2060. But I wouldn't be surprised if they let this thing run a little bit after it hits SSR at 2218. This is really an interesting breakout that we had right here. It broke out going down at first, and it touched the Bollinger Band, so it was almost like it was a head fake. And then it went up, and then and then they just decided, no, 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 we really want this down. So this is a very interesting breakout right here. Very, very interesting. Volume increased here over, most of these minutes were over 100K. There's our 60 on this turnaround moment right here. There was 40,000 shares that were traded, and 65 the minute before it. So there's a little bit of a lull right here for these 3 minutes, but most of these other minutes in here were pretty high levels of volume. Jeff, 40% would be the point where I think it would turn around next. 40% down, which would be about $20.60. I think that would be your next turnaround point. If it did break past SSR tripping at 2218, that would be the next turnaround point. Yeah, thanks, Pantheon. Abdul beat you to it, I think, or somebody did. Somebody came in here and said they beat you to it. Yeah, it was Abdul said it at 11:51. He beat you to your own timestamp. I mean, you should mark that stuff down for posterity reason, posterity reason. Just so you can go back and say like, yeah, look, this is that time I blew up. I had one time where I blew up at somebody here on the show. We've got Bad Back. I don't know if Bad Back's ever had a chance to visit your show, but I hadn't had my coffee yet in the morning, and he was just spouting off like he normally does. And I told him to shut the hell up. And then I laughed just like I just did now and said I haven't had my coffee yet, and then went and got my coffee. And then I apologized. I came back and said, nah, I'm sorry. So price got down to 22.41. It was really, really close to 22.33. So I'm going to go ahead and mark that down as a new low. That is 34.7% from our last high of $34.33. So we're going to just continue to track new lows. How do we know that we have a trend reversal? When it increases by at least 15% on a hard break above 15%. So you would take 22.41 times 0.15 plus 22.41, and you get 25.77. So I'm going to go ahead and I could probably move down my line that I have, my blue line way up here at 26.75, but it lowers that line and to a lower price. That's how much we would need to see in order for there to be an actual trend reversal. And it also resets SPF, meaning they can continue to, they can start pushing the price back down at any time. Abdul does seem to be thorough. Jeff says, thanks, Casey. I bought more in at 26.50 this week, thinking it wouldn't dip anymore. Would lower my average some. Man, I'll tell you what, Jeff. If you play that game of I always could have gotten in lower, we're never gonna move up. Look at the title for the day today. Slap that ask. It doesn't matter. You get shares at whatever price you get them at, and when you get those, you hold on to those things like they're lottery tickets, because that's what they are. And you'll feel so much better when they do print off like lottery tickets. Abdul, I love that, man. If there's one thing I love more than anything, is people who like to participate in the community. I love it. Keep that up, Abdul. That is a great attitude. It is we need people like that. That's what this community needs, is people who are going to stand up and do something to help the community out. We don't have enough of it. We really don't. It seems like we do, but we just don't, unfortunately. A lot of people just want to sit back and ride the ride. Not enough people are just standing up and saying, hey, I have something to contribute. Hello, Pam. Good afternoon to you. It's 1 o'clock, guys. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Pam, I said this the other day. Somebody sent me, I don't want to point any fingers or anything, but somebody sent me a April Fool's joke. And then they said April Fool's before I had a chance to read it. You got to wait for everybody to just kind of freak out a little bit first, and then you say April Fool's. You can't just say April Fool's too soon. You got to let it set in and kind of sink a little bit, and then say April Fool's. Well, Abdul, I'm glad that you're using your time wisely instead of just sitting and watching. Let me refresh Fidelity and we'll take a look at the numbers. Starting with off exchange right here next to the side of my head, 53.5 and 13.21 were the two numbers that we had earlier. The EDGX, both those two values are higher than our 30-day average. Let's give that a refresh and see where we're at right now. 53%, 53.93 and 1302. So the EDGX, or the ETF price discovery off exchange, has gone down just a tad, but still both numbers very high above their 30-day averages. The combined total is 66.95%, which is about 2% higher than what we're, almost 3% higher than what we're usually used to seeing on a daily off exchange trade amount. Taking a look at Ortex. Borrowed change. An hour ago, there was 461,000 shares according to Ortex. Now it's 508,000. That's very slightly going to change. If anything, the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.62%. Cost to borrow average is just slightly down a little bit to 2.69%. Ever so slightly down. And let's take a look at those options. So at a $25 strike price, an hour ago, there was 27.5 thousand contracts. There is now 28.5. Maybe a few people thinking there might be a late run in the end of the day today. At a $23 strike price, highest amount of volume for puts went from 17.6 thousand contracts to 18.3. So options are still kind of signaling for like a 24 price close for the day today. Max pain is 23. So there's a chance that if we bounce off a 22.33 or the 22.18, that we might start heading back up in that kind of direction and close out the week somewhere around that range, 23 or 24. Taking you guys over to Fidelity. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is currently in first with 62% buys at 38% sales. AMC still in fourth. We now have 61% buys at 39% sales. This is looking so much better than it has in the last week and a half. We've seen retail kind of sucking a little bit at buying over the last week and a half. And this is definitely a much better turn, and it's going to result in favorable movements in price for us for next week. It'll definitely look much, much better. Trigger price for SSR is $22.18, which we're approaching. Fees for borrowing at 1.4%, and borrowing in the last hour looks like they've borrowed 0 shares in the last hour. Oh, shoot, sorry. Total amount of shares have borrowed so far for the day today, 4 million shares, with yesterday being 3.4. An average borrow amount is usually around 4.5, so a little bit under the average, but much higher than what it's been lately. 38.2 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls, 218,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts, 121,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts. It's a pretty big number. So it's a really big number. The NASDAQ is down 0.15. Dow Jones is down 0.1. What am I saying? NASDAQ is down 0.15. Dow Jones is up 0.15, and the S&P 500 is down 0.03. Kind of a mixed signals from the markets right now. They're just kind of like in limbo. But we have currently 4,300 advancers to 3,356 decliners. So there is more advancers than decliners. The VIX is down 0.19, not really giving much of a signal as to which way the market's going to move. IWM is up 0.54, Tesla's up 0.63, Amazon is up 0.37, Cinemark down 1.27, Doge is up 2.17, Bitcoin up 2.3, GME is down 2.56, our gold mine is down 7.83, Hood is down 1.33, and AMC is down 9.11. We are touching down. We hit 22.34, which is 1 penny away from the turning around point at 35%. I don't see why they wouldn't take this all the way down at 20 to 22.18 just to trip that SSR. It's just a few more cents away. I mean, we'll have to see what happens here. Inflow versus outflow. We currently have $11 million more dollars in outflow than inflow. Let's see what kind of pace we're on as far as volume for the day today. Currently, we're on pace for about 66.6. It's actually 0.59. I rounded up, and it's 666. That's wonderful. 66.5 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested between 95 and 115 is what pre-market volume was tending to look like. I don't think that we're going to continue to drive back up. I mean, we could have some crazy end of the day volume as a possibility. I just don't know that it's going to drive up and hit into my volume range, which is kind of concerning because pre-market volume's not usually that far off. So this is unusual volume today for sure. On the weekly, according to Vortex Indicator, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure and an RSI of 47.63. On the daily, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 55.89. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.28, signaling for heavily oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 19.31. Wow. Wow. That's pretty massive. On a 5-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.26. Looks like, if I had to guess, volatility is starting to get, nope, it's still closing in. Volatility is still closing in on the Bollinger Bands here. I thought it was it looked like it was starting to get maybe more violent, but it's not. We did print a TD9 there, signaling for reversal in price. Typically, it'll move up to the simple moving average and then either head back down again, or if there's enough buying pressure, it'll continue to move through and upwards. Right now, with low volatility, I would say that it'll probably start coming back down again. Oops. Man. Let's see if we can get an idea on where we're headed to here. Ever since I got this TD9 indicator going on here, I can't seem to. Yeah, I think they're going to go. I really do think that they're going to go for that SSR, trip it out, and potentially maybe a little bit later on in the day today. Maybe right around like here. And then my guess would be with, with falling volume over the day, which it, definitely has been the case. With falling volume and falling price, you have a bullish trigger or indicator for breaking out upwards of this descending wedge. Of course, leaving out just the tip. It's kind of, you got to say that. You got to say that. My mom listens to this show. I don't think she likes it when I say that. All right, I can see what you guys are saying. April Fool's Day volume. That's what it seems like. April Fool's Day volume. I did it too, though, before Pantheon. I'm just reading what it is you're saying to Abdul. I did it too before, and I regretted it too, and I apologized right after I got my coffee. But, sometimes anger is righteous. Sometimes anger is righteous. It's not always bad. Don't beat yourself up too much over it. Pro Jeweler says, I'm experiencing max pain. Well, that's generally the that's generally what it is that they try to accomplish. I feel like when we talk about righteous anger, I feel like Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. I don't know why. I don't know why the word righteous. Is that something they used to say? Did they say what did they say righteous? I feel like that might have been one of the words that they said. I don't know. Maybe I'm just making stuff up. Righteous. Steven said, Steven, I haven't seen the most current one. Can you tell me was the most current one worth watching? I haven't seen it yet, and I'm afraid to go watch it because I have a hard time imagining Bill and Ted having that same um, old guy feeling. Excellent. Bill and Ted and their kid. I mean, I don't know, man. I have a hard time imagining like it's kind of like the Ghostbusters movie. I was a little worried about that one, although I really enjoyed it. I was just kind of worried. I was like, reboot of Ghostbusters. I just don't know. I was like, man, they can mess it up in so many ways. But it was actually pretty decent. I liked it a lot. In fact, well, I'm not going to say anything in case you haven't seen it. ABC says it's watchable. All right, I'll take your word for it. Just for the nostalgia. I know. See, I feel the same way. Why does the price always go down after you buy it? That's the age-old question. It always seems like that's the case. Probably for the same reason, Manji, that if you've ever played poker, which I don't know, maybe you have, maybe you haven't, pocket aces is supposed to be one of the best, well, not supposed to be, it is the best hand you can possibly have, starting hand that you can have. But it ends up getting cracked a lot of times by a lot of different cards that are out there that are just not that great. Um, and so it's kind of one of those situations where it never, even though you have the best hand, it never feels like it's the best hand because it loses a lot of times, even though it is the winner. Um, and if you always played pocket aces correctly, the way that you're supposed to play pocket aces, you're going to win more often than not. But it's just going to seem like you never win with it because our minds have a way of tricking us into believing that losses are always more offsetting than the wins. And so because it hurts more. It hurts more to see losses than it does to feel the wins. Like the negative emotions that you feel when you have losses from holding the best hand ever is always psychologically more impacting on your psyche than holding the best pair of cards you could possibly have. That's right. Keto says you got to play them hard to get the small hands out. You don't want to slough on the best hand ever, which is a perfect example of what this stock represents. You don't want to slough on this stock. Well, you don't have to have played poker to, I think, maybe understand what it was that I said. Hopefully. It's like the beach analogy in surfing that I've told you before, right? Or the analogy of the grass is always green on the other side. Max pain is the same as it was when it starts for the beginning of the day. It never changes. Once it's set for the day, it's set. So max pain for the day today is $23. It doesn't go lower. Uh-oh, I'm getting texts. Doug, you're funny. Give me a second here, guys. I'm pulling something up. Yes, in case you guys haven't heard, the House is set to pass the marijuana legalization on Friday, today. They passed it. Apparently, I'm going to do the show a little bit later here. My wife's going to come with purple margaritas and quesadillas again. So I'm going to have a purple margarita. I've never had my phone ask me that before. My wife's sending me text messages, and then my phone asked me. It said, "Do you want to mute this conversation right now?" Anthony says Anna Kournikova looks good but doesn't always win. I agree. Actually, I have no. It's been a long time since I was a Anna Kournikova win. Anna Kournikova admirer. I don't even know what she looks like anymore. It's been many, many years. Those purple margaritas are good, man. I don't know what you're talking about, Thick. I think we're just going to trade down into this descending wedge here, and likely break out going up on this because we do have descending price and rise or falling volume. The volume's rising right now, but the overall volume trend for the day today is definitely on a decrease. You can see it starting up high and ending up low. You know, LA, they don't taste like grape, but that's because they're made with Everclear. It's entirely possible that without the Everclear that they would taste like grape. But with the Everclear that's in that purple margarita, um, and the bars limit you to two. They won't let you have more than two. You get two and that's it. That's your limit. But because they have a limit of two, and by the way, I won't be drinking anything besides the purple margarita. Um, there will be no beer today. I can't, I won't be, I'll get Tony up on the channel for the interview later today, and I'll be like slurring all my words. So, Tony, how long you been in this play? You don't say. Oh man. Uh, either doctor, either get yourself an Alaskan amber if they have it on tap, or just get some kind of amber ale. Tony might be lit when he arrives, in honor of legalization for the day. Wouldn't that be funny? That would be really, really funny if both Tony and I were just absolutely lit doing an interview. Why would that be funny? I don't. Do you guys ever watch Hot Wings or Hot? Is it Hot Ones? Where the guy does the interviews with the Hot Wings, and wouldn't it be funny if you did something similar where it was like shots, and you had to take like maybe it was like I don't know 7 or 8 shots of tequila you have to take a shot at each question. So like if you asked a question, they took a shot and it took 5 minutes and they had 10 shots in every 5 minutes, that you'd have to do a lot less questions. Maybe you could do like 5 or 7 questions. I love that show. I think that show is awesome. I love that guy. I don't, and I hear he doesn't even like wings to begin with. But I love that show. I actually have my wife for Christmas bought me there's a Hot Ones game. It's like Truth or Dare kind of thing. And it's got a bottle of the hot sauce. It's not that hot. That hot one, either the game comes with like a watered down version of it or it's just really not that hot. And if those people can't take it, I don't know. Yeah, I watched the David Grohl one, but Dave Grohl was pretty good. I love those interviews. That's part when I started this channel, that's kind of one of the things that I wanted to do. I was like, I want to do interviews with people. I want to do fun interviews that are are different, and I haven't really done anything to make them different, and I'd like to. It would be fun to do shots or something. I don't know. I'm telling you, Jacob, I've got the last dab. I have the last dab, and it's not that hot. It is really just not that hot. It's pretty mild. And I've even shaken it, and it's like, I don't know. The thing is this last season it started getting watery. If you notice, when they pour it out, they can actually pour it out. Where other seasons, when they would try to pour it, it kind of came out in clumps. The one that I got's kind of watered down. It's like it's more liquidy. And kind of like similar to this season. I think they watered it down or something. Maybe they added vinegar. I don't know what, but it's just really just not that hot. Flaming shots with Casey. I'm telling you, I would love to do something like that. That would be so much fun. It would be so much fun. I'm not used to eating actual peppers, no. I do have a pretty high tolerance for peppers, but I just don't think it's that hot. It's not hot. Jello shot power hour interviews would be amazing. I would love that. That is a great idea. Jello shot power hours. I don't know, man. I don't consider myself to be a savage. I don't know. I just don't think they're that hot. It's very uncharacteristic for me to not be taking a break right now, and I feel like I'm going to jinx a breakout going up here. Hold on a second. Let me just see how far away my wife is, because I don't want to jinx this. Oh no, she's still over there. She's on her way back. Is she on her way back? She's not even on her way back yet. When you mail someone a box of Jello mix, they know they've been chosen. Oh gosh, that would be so cool. That would be so cool. But Donkey Kong says, don't forget, people, you're talking to a guy who microwaves his coffee just after it's been brewed. And this is true. Not only do I microwave it, but I microwave it for 30 seconds. Like it's gotta be piping hot. If it's not making my lips and tongue tingle, it's not hot enough. I legit I legit could probably pick up coals with my mouth. This is where Dr. Zeno needs to come in and be like, the Casey Shaw mug comes with built-in uh, heating elements. Tulip, you're in the right place. Welcome to the land of the misfits. We're a little bit of black swans around here. So you might be in the right place if you do strange and weird abnormal things. Congratulations for finding your new home. Pantheon is dropping 40K plus on AMC today. My grandpa will match before close. Dang. Bosses. Dr. Zeno. I should have let you have it. I'm sorry. Oh, black sheep. Right, right. Sorry, black sheep. We're the black sheep around here. Sorry. Wrong animal. No wonder you can't taste the peppers. You've burnt your taste buds off. I've never even seen this name before, Katie. Yeah, I guess. Maybe I have. Or Misfit Toys. Man, it is so close. I need my wife to like hurry up and get home so I can leave and this thing can start. Oops, I just started to move my stupid box. Dang it. Lock. Stay. Dang it. I totally moved my box. That sucks. I feel like I moved it like 1 minute forward. Well, close enough. The box was close enough. I'm gonna give you all a little bit of a, and yes, I just said y'all, and I'm not even Texan, but I'm gonna give you all a little bit of a hint when you come to Texas. I'm gonna give you some life knowledge, You don't eat tons of barbecue bark that's on the meat. Just eat a little bit, savor it, and that's it. Just a little bit. Trust me. You don't want to eat just nothing but bark because it tastes good. No matter how good it may seem, you just need to stick to just a little bit of it. Enjoy the rest of the meat, all the meat you want after that, but just a little bit of bark. Don't go hog wild crazy on it. What is bark? Yeah, it's the burnt ends. Pro Jeweler got it. That's here in Texas. I don't know where else you want to go eat barbecue, but if you ever come to Texas and you eat Texas barbecue, poquito bark. however you say bark in Spanish, I have no idea. Let's see. Hey Siri, how do you spell or Hey Siri, how do you say bark in Spanish?
I found 3 ways to say bark in Spanish. Bark, as in tough outside layer of a tree stem, another woody plant. Corteza, as in noise that resembles the sound a dog makes. Ladrido.
Corteza poquito. Corteza poquito. Very little bark. Very little bark. I'm saving your life. Cortita. Brian's just gonna go straight into cursing people. I know, Maggie, but I'm protecting you. I 100% promise I'm protecting you from the aftermath. I'm protecting you from the aftermath. I know it's the chef's, those little bits are the chef's yum yums. I know, and it's okay to eat a little bit, but stop. Stop early before you regret it, because you may never you may never eat Texas barbecue again if you eat too much of it. I try to warn people every time they come here. Because the first time you get your Texas bark, and you're not from Texas, you tend to overeat it because it's really tasty. You're like, oh, that's good. I gotta have me some more of that. Yeah, and it bites twice. Mm, definitely too much carbon. I need my wife to get home now. I'm running out of content. Where are you? You know what? I just don't think I can wait for her any longer. I think I'm just gonna have to go take a break anyways. Let me see where she's at. If she's halfway home, I'm leaving. Oh man. She's gonna be a while. It ends at the close. Just a little bit after the close there. It's just for fun and entertainment. Hey man, I put a little bit of effort into these things. Doug. I haven't checked news today yet. Let me check the news real quick. Oh, I love this. 48 minutes ago from the Motley Fool. Why AMC shares are down today. You know what, Motley Fool? Can you guys hear that? I don't know. I hear something. Oh yeah, you had to have heard that. Hey, are you ready, kids? Oh, who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Motley Fool. Let's see. What do we got going on here? Oh, listen to this. Listen to the title that they have here. Its recent gold mine investment isn't going to be a game changer. Listen to them. Oh, they're dogging on the mine. Yep, they're just dogging on the mine. They're saying it's down because of the mine. That's funny. That's hilarious. That's funny. Well, I dropped more money on AMC today, guys. I'm not going to say how much, but I dropped more money on AMC today. There was a point where today I bought some more shares. Um, oh yeah, I mean, but Donkey Kong, even if I run out of content, I mean, I'm here recording history. More than anything, I'm here to record history, man. It doesn't matter where the price goes to, I'm still going to be here. At 1814? Wait, what? Why is the last bid on the order book is 57? I'm so confused. What do you mean, Kim? For some reason, ABC, it doesn't get to me. At least I don't think it does get to me. I seem to be okay. Hey, you guys are welcome. All y'all are welcome. It's I enjoy doing this. No, Dan, I don't. And actually, I was talking with somebody the other day. If I was to get wiped out, I would be devastated. Um, I mean, because that really, I mean, this is a culmination of, when I get my tendies, probably the very first thing that I'm going to do is probably go out by myself. I don't know how many terabytes that I'm going to need because it is 9-hour shows that I've done since June. I think I started in late June. Yeah, I think I started it was either 30th of June or something like that, or maybe it was July 1st. I don't know. It was really close to the end of June. And it's like 9 hours. Actually, I was doing longer than 9-hour streams when I first started doing the streams. We were waking up and starting the streams at like 3 a.m. Central when I first started, and then it got to a point to where I was like, "That's ridiculous." I just couldn't keep up with that. I was like, "Nah, not doing that anymore." But I will. I'm gonna start probably downloading those onto hard drive someplace so that if anything ever does happen, I'll have a backup copy. Because in my opinion, this is I know it's video, but I feel like I'm recording history um, for people to see in the future. I know there's going to be people who want to know what happened in this entire process and what we had to go through and what we felt like on a day-to-day basis. And this is going to be a study. This is going to be an absolute study for people to go back, and it's going to be a treasure trove. And I don't want to make any money on it. I don't want to make any at all. I won't need to. It's going to be useful information for somebody in the future, and I hope that um, our future can learn from us from the past. I hope. Oh, I have nails. So that's uh, I would probably say that might be true for people who eat a lot of Texas bark on their barbecue. Probably very true. Manji, I want you to think about it differently. How long can you hold on to something that may be potentially worth Bitcoin type prices um, or Ethereum type prices? How long can you hold on to? Because I guarantee if you can hold on, if your answer is I can hold on for prices like that for a long time, then that's probably going to be way more than is needed for you to actually hold on to this. So that's really what the question comes down to is how long can you hold on to? Part of this whole reason that I show you guys the golden rule number one, it being that you should only buy shares with money that you don't need in the foreseeable future, is because you want to be able to hold. You want to be able to hold for a really long time and not have any kind of emotional attachment to the price movements. You want to become emotionally detached from this. So I would encourage you to try and think of this a little bit differently. We had a little bit of a break out of the wedge here, although it's not really running really hard. So it might actually come back down and fall back in. And actually, with volatility being as low as it is, it's at least going to come back down to the simple moving average. No, Maggie, they don't realize that they've lost. They don't, because in their minds, they can continue to win this. They can continue to win this until they don't. And one day, um, that will happen. That will happen to where they either win or they don't win. And it will be out of their control at that point. It will, if they don't win, it'll be completely out of their control. I think legendary member, I think next week is looking really good in my opinion. I'm really looking forward to next week. Um, I think there's going to be things that happen next week that a lot of people are probably not expecting. Um, in fact, I think there were people that were expecting those things to happen this week. Uh, but I feel very very bullish about going into next week for sure. So Jason's asking that's kind of a tricky question, Jason. I feel like you're looking for like is it possible for this thing to you would have to describe I'm not gonna say no. I'm not gonna say no, but I want you to describe a situation to where that could happen. I'll describe a situation where that could happen. If at some point Adam Aaron or whoever it may be decides that they want to do a share dilution and we vote for it to happen and it does happen and there's share dilution, if share dilution happened in a fashion similar to Tesla, to where they diluted in small increments, you could see the price rising over a long period of time without um, hedge funds quote unquote covering. In which case, it would take a year. It would take a year for something like that to happen. But it would have to be small incremental dilutions that occurred. You'd have to go back and you'd have to take a look at the Tesla squeeze to see how that occurred and when the dilutions occurred and understand how that whole process worked. But yes, the price could move up to Tesla size numbers, which is right now over $1,000. But they also had splits along the way, where everybody's money became worth much, much more. Similar, like it's going to happen to GME as well. But yeah, that's a way that it could move up and go sky high without hedge funds covering. It sure was legendary. 15 minutes after the market closes, we're going to try and start up another live stream. So we should be back on, Jack, 15 minutes after I close. Well, I close this down at market close, but I run the last song of the day, and so usually the video starts or ends about 5 minutes after. So I'd say give us like 10 to 15 minutes to do a little prep work beforehand. And just do little sound checks and all that kind of stuff, get everything set up, and we'll start the interview then. This is true, LA. They would have to be out of debt before they could issue a stock split. But if there were conditions to where HYMC started ripping and that allowed them to be able to cover their debt, then that would be a possibility. Hey, she's home. All right, guys, I'm gonna take my break now. Let's see. I'm just gonna answer this last question. Thoughts on hyperinflation, food, gas, etc., leading to poor theater turnout in the future? How will that affect our position if this keeps going, and how people will lose everything? So I don't think, if you go back in time and you look at historically what's happened to movie theaters through recessions, they actually have flourished. So because if you consider forms of entertainment, it's actually one of the cheaper forms of entertainment for people to go do. So as long as they can keep their profits, if they can keep the uh, price of the ticket sales within a margin to where it's affordable for people, they'll still go see movies because it is a cheap form of entertainment. It's certainly cheaper than most other forms of entertainment that you consider. So just keep that in mind. Just go back and look at the historical numbers of what happens to movie theaters through recessions. And I think what you'll find is that it's not been that bad. It's actually been one of the places where that does better through recessions than other things. So, anyways, I'm gonna go have this purple margarita and some of my. We got quesadillas? Huh? One? Okay. All right, quesadillas and purple margarita. I'll see you guys back here. I'm gonna come back at let's say 2:20. A little bit later than usual, but I'll be back at 2:20 and we'll finish out the last 40 minutes of the day together. And then don't forget about the interview with Tony DeNaro like 15 minutes after I close down the show. See you guys in a little bit. Alrighty, I'm back. So it is the power hour. We had a nice little run up there. There was definitely a breakout of the descending parallel channel, or what I said parallel channel, descending wedge. We did have a breakout inside the box there. It was a beautiful breakout. It was a bounce rate off that 35% exactly. Like it was within 1 penny. $22.34 is what it made it down to and then bounced off there. So I'm going to go ahead and log that value. 22.34. That's a 34.9% drop in price from our previous high of 34.33. Man, crazy. Crazy, crazy. If they did find paper hands, well, actually, what's the price we have to go up to and break through? Let's figure it out. 2234 times 0.15 plus 2234. 2569 is the value that we have to break through. So I'm going to pull this number down to 2569. So in order for us to have a trend reversal, 2569 is what we have to break through. And that can't be just like kissing your sister. It's got to be an absolute punch right through it. Yeah. Just can't land on the number. You got to punch right through this thing, get to the other side. It's a hard set value. Get rid of the Bollinger Band here for just a minute. So we did not trigger SSR. I don't think it would do us any good, boys. I mean, we could do it. We could do something where we put in something like that if you wanted to, but you know, I don't know that's really going to help us out a whole lot. We actually had an official share verification through Say Technologies, and it gave us a very good, very minimum amount of possible shares that are in existence, which was over 2.37 billion shares, and that was over a half a year ago. In my opinion, that's more than enough information to know that there's more shares in existence than the free float has to offer. So the idea that there's whether there's synthetics or not is not really an issue. The other part to it too, Francis, is that if we had people who voted in here, um, I would expect that people who are watching this show or people who even consider tuning into this are going to be people who are more in touch with their investment, right? People who have more to gain from monitoring what's going on with their investment. And so it would be skewed data because it's going to be signaling towards people who potentially have more to lose. So I'm just going to scan through what you guys are writing here, and then I'm going to do a toast. Toasting to April Fool's Day. May you not fall prey to any weird, unexpected pranks, or may you be successful at pranking others. Cheers to April Fools. It's a purple margarita. It's good and strong. Very, very strong. What's that? Baby Acapulco. Jordan, take care if you're taking off. It's Francis. It's not a. We're not trying to get down on you or anything. I wouldn't mind holding the poll. It's something we could definitely do next week if you wanted to, but it's not gonna generate anything that's gonna help us. It won't. But if you want to do it, we can. It's not that big a deal. Short and distort, Pip. Short and distort. Any kind of news, they always try to get that as a reason to be able to knock the price down. Alrighty, let's take a look at our information. Let me log into Fidelity real quick. Alrighty, what have we got going on here? Off exchange. An hour and 30 minutes ago is 53.93 and 13.02. Let's see what it's at now. 53.77 and 12.69. Both those values are still over the 30-day average, but have dropped a little bit since. I would expect those to kind of go up a little bit more unless they're just not going to resist price. And if volume is moving up and price is moving up, then they may just let this happen until the end of the day today. We are at $23, which is max pain. No irony there whatsoever. Borrowed change. Earlier it was 508,000 shares according to Ortex. It's now 1.13 million. That's going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.67%. The cost to borrow average is about the same. It's 2.73. Let's take a look at the options. At a $25 strike price, highest amount of options was 28.5 an hour ago, is now 34.9. So there is an increase there. Pretty significant. On the put side, at a $23 strike price, which we never broke. Oh no, wait, we did break 23. At a $23 strike price, there was approximately 18.3 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 22.2. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is in first position with 63% buys and 37% sales. AMC slipped one more position down. We were in fourth earlier. We're now in fifth. We have 61% buys to 39% sales, which is definitely much better than we've been the last week and a half. SSR would have triggered at $22.18, but did not trigger. Hold on a second. I think I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. Ooh. Looks like 50,000 shares have been borrowed in the last hour. That puts us at 4.05 million shares traded for the day today so far. Borrow fee remains 1.4%. We currently have 41.7 thousand contracts in the money on the calls. 214.9 thousand contracts are out of the money. 125.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. The NASDAQ is down 0.27, Dow Jones is up 0.06, and the S&P 500 is down 0.14. We currently have 4,488 advancers to 3,140 decliners. The market is definitely advancing at this point in time. The VIX is down 3.4, IWM is up 0.76, Tesla is down 0.12, Amazon is up 0.08, Cinemark down 1.44, Doge is up 1.86, Bitcoin up 1.63, GME is down 3.01, our gold mine is down 6.96, Hood is down 1.33, and AMC is down 6.25. Our inflow versus outflow is $9 million more into the outflow. We have traded 59.6 million shares for the day today. There was a run up in volume to where we're probably averaging around 200,000 shares a minute now. But let's see what kind of pace we're on. We only have about 30 minutes left. Let's see. We're on pace for about 64.6 million shares traded for the day today. That is severely underneath the amount of volume that the pre-market was suggesting, which was somewhere between 95 and 115 million shares. So we're definitely having volume is being kind of disappearing. Perhaps not as much sentiment as we had earlier, but we have seen that happen before in the past. I would say that if you went back and you looked at AMC in the past, there's always been that spike in volume, and then it comes back down over a few days and then does start spiking again. Currently at $23 on the weekly. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.5, which is right down the middle. On the daily, you can see spiking in volume right here and then coming down a little bit. On the daily, we have more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 57.53. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 31.76, having been mostly out of the range, basically signaling for overselling or oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI also coming out of that range of being oversold for the whole day, currently at 32.38. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI of 54.07. Volatility is shrinking down. They're trying to drop volume so they can drop price. We are down into that range that they like to get it down into before they start dropping price. And now volume starts taking off on them. We want to push up on the very end of the day. I know people want to see this above 25 if possible, I can tell. I have not seen that, Cole. That's news to me. JP Morgan not disclosing the shares available to borrow right now. James says we got our new Chan Chan. We got a new Chan Chan. I just want to remind you guys, with Tony's interview that's coming up, just try to provide our guests with the utmost respect that you would give me. Also, if you don't like what it is somebody is saying, you can silence that person. You do not have to listen to what it is that they are saying. All you have to do is click on their name, and you can actually silence the person and not hear what it is that they have to say any longer. I do believe in freedom of speech, and so I protect that, and I don't silence people. So I do let my moderators, however, silence people. I do let them I give them free reign to decide what they want to silence, what they don't want to silence, because I feel like they know what's right and what's wrong. They're good people. Well, Nosa, if they hold back orders, they can manipulate volume, but for the most part, I would say they can't really. I mean, manipulating volume is not really a thing. Um, there is a T+2 day cycle, but I would say that I wouldn't really say the volume is being manipulated right now. Orders being held for a certain period of time is a possibility. Settlement cycles are 2 days. Hmm. Refresh your memory. Got it. I don't really think manipulation of volume is all that great. Like that's why I think volume is probably one of the best indicators you can use to look at. So I don't think I don't think volume is really manipulated all that much. There are settlement cycles, so a lot of times when I tell you guys like buy to sell ratios, today we had a really high buy to sell ratio on the order books. That's probably from 2 days ago. Some of those orders may be from 2 days, well, probably a day ago. Some of those orders may be from a day ago. Not all of them, but some of them may be. Um, but I just don't think that you can really manipulate volume within the day. They might be able to push out volume to certain portions of the day. In other words, like they might be trading like some of these later portion of the day volume orders may have come from earlier points in the day, which is possible. Um, but volume for day to day, I think, is not really easily manipulated. Not very easily. I think price is used to uh, drive volume down for sure. I mean, you can see it. You see it oftentimes early in the morning. Oh my God, another sneeze coming. I don't know. It might be. Uh, as as price falls, you can see volume falling as well. Of course, nobody really wants to buy into a falling price. So that's kind of, I mean, that's typical for almost any stock that's out there. You know, as price is falling, volume should be falling because nobody wants to buy into it. Now, if you see price falling and volume rising, that's really bad. That's really, really bad. That's a sign of a stock that's failing. You don't want to see rising volume with price falling. That's not a good thing. That's probably one of the worst things that could possibly happen when you see price falling and volume rising. That's just, I mean, it's kind of nasty looking when you see that. Not always, but for the most part it is. I can think of some very rare situations where you could have falling price, volume rising, and it actually be a good thing, but it's not typically a good thing. Has anybody had any April Fool's jokes played on them today? You did? Oh yes. My wife had an April Fool's joke played on her on Reddit. Um, I'm gonna ruin it. I know I'm gonna ruin this. Isn't it weird how April Fool's falls on Friday the 13th this year? It's pretty crazy, isn't it? Did anybody fall for it? Did I let enough time pass by? How many of you actually went? My wife, that's the one that my wife fell for. April, like, Boyce says Friday the 1st. That's the April Fool's joke. You see if you can get people to actually check and see if it's Friday the 13th. She said, I didn't even have a drink then. She's blonde. Richard says he got. It's a pretty good one. I laughed pretty hard when she told it to me. Two people, hon. Richard and Francis both fell for it. She said you're her boys. Buck says this is March 32nd. What are you talking about? She said it did feel like March took forever to end. Francis, I agree. The risk to reward on this business going up and getting better is way far greater than the business failing. I almost said business. They said you sound like Julia Childs. Maybe just a little more wine. I can see her doing that. You add just a touch of wine. I love Julia Childs. What was the name of that? Somebody did a movie with her. I can't remember. It may have been Julia Childs was the name of the movie, maybe, but it was like a biography of Julia Childs movie, and it was wonderful. I absolutely loved it. Jeff says, "Hello, Casey. Do you want another drinky drink?" Usually, one purple margarita is more than enough. But Donkey Kong says, "Reading the wrong ticker was much funnier this morning." That was totally by accident, man. I really wasn't. I didn't realize that I'd left it on GME at the time, and I was sitting there like, "Oh, Julia was the name of the movie." It was a great movie. It was really, really. I mean, it's just one of those like wholesome movies where you just go like, "Oh, it's so cute." It was a good movie. Julia and Bob Ross would have been one fire couple. Yeah, that's me and my wife. Bottoms up. Yes, Meryl Streep did do that role. She did an excellent job. At least I think she did. I'll take your word for it, Buck. I think she did a splendid job at it. I mean, what hasn't she done a good job at, honestly? I feel like she's one of those kind of actresses where, not Julia Childs, but Meryl Streep, where like it's probably intimidating as an actor or actress to have to act with her. Um, just because she carries herself in such a way that just comes across as very um, I want to say demanding. Hey Jeff, don't have a good weekend. Have a great weekend. Julia and Julia was the movie. Okay. It was a good movie, whatever it was. I don't remember names, but it was excellent. I liked it a lot. It was fun. Was it not? Was it not Meryl Streep? I don't know who it was. Who are the actresses? Let's see. You guys got me if you did. Whoever the actress was did a marvelous job, but Meryl Streep does a great job too. No, that is Meryl Streep. Meryl Streep and Amy Adams. They were both great. Nice try, Sam. Nice try. Although Mrs. Doubtfire was a good movie. That was a good movie. Mm, you know what? I don't even know if I've ever seen Tootsie. Isn't that Barbara Streisand? I'm not a big Barbara Streisand fan. I'm just not. I don't. She's like just. I don't know. She's kind of. She seems mean. I don't know. She seems mean. I'm not a fan. I don't know. Sorry. I'm not. Dustin Hoffman. Oh, it was Dustin Hoffman? Okay, well, I don't know. I don't know what Tootsie was. I guess I never saw it. I've never seen Tootsie. Hold on a second, let me look it up. I know I've never seen it. If it's Dustin Hoffman, I have no idea. I think I recall 1982. Sheesh, I was like all of like 6 years old. Hmm. Maybe I need to give it a watch. 7.4 out of 10. I don't know. Michael Dorsey, an successful actor, disguises himself as a woman in order to get a role on a trashy. Oh man, I'm gonna be a little tipsy, I think, during Tony DiNaro's interview. I'm just saying right now that I might slur some of my words. Oh man, poor Tony. I love Bill Murray. He's the best. So we are having a nice little run here towards the end. We're hitting a level of resistance at 23.34, but it looks like we're pushing right past it. 24 was what the markets were kind of suggesting price would close at today. Let's see here. Excuse me. In this price range, I think Monty's the only one that's not going to get a point. So it's going to become it's going to be a tie. It's either going to be a runoff between myself and Keto. I have 23 to 26 and Keto has 23.39 to 26.39. I might actually pull a win for the week here in price predictions, which is rough, considering that either one of us are going to walk away with 2 points for the week. Is really rough. It's been a rough week for price predictions for us. So, that's obviously been tough on our psyche as well. Tony's probably going to be a bit tipsy too. That's awesome. There's nothing better than two tipsy guys talking about you know, making history. Keto says we completed 2 green monthly candles. We haven't done that since June. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, isn't it, Steven? Today in drunk history. I might title it that, Paul. He hasn't sent me a title. I always let every single one of the people that I interview decide what the title for the show is going to be called. If he doesn't have a title, then I take the liberty of titling it. I might call it Today in Drunk History, Tony Denaro, colon Tony Denaro. And it depends. I'll have to ask him in advance if he's intoxicated or not. And if he's not, I'm going to have to tell him to get a drink and say, okay, now you are. Does anybody have anything special planned for this weekend? I'm just curious. And what the heck was isn't Pantheon supposed to be sleeping right now? I feel like he's normally asleep or at least tired by this time of the day. I'm really surprised he was here at 1:25. This must be one of his days off. Jeez. Paul says taxes. Yes. Those are about due. Pip. If I'd played music, I would start it out with that song. 2450, I'll take a look. There's about 12,000. Well, let me refresh it actually. At 2450, or no, you went 2350. At 2350, there's um 20,600. So 20.6 thousand contracts that would be in the money at 23.5. And then as far as puts go at 23.5, there's a total of about 14.5. 14.5 thousand contracts are in the money right now for 23.5 for the puts. There's actually more there at 23. They'd be better off hitting 23 than they would be for 23.5. Just saying. Pantheon's going for the end of the day purchase. Let me check. Let me check something real quick here. $23.37, getting really super close here. Interestingly enough, the gold mine is actually down almost exactly what we are. I mean, they're really running close. They're down 5.66, we're down 5.13. It's kind of odd. I'm going to cycle through some of these pieces of news here. For those of you who weren't here early in the morning, there's definitely a language advisory on the song that's played for the day today. So if you have sensitive ears to language, just a fair warning in advance. Well, guys, it's about that time. I hate to say it. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. You have a weekend. Clear your mind. Get ready for next week. It's going to be another week. It's going to be another dollar. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Spend time with your pets. Go out and do something and prepare yourself for next week. Be ready. Above all else, don't have a good weekend. Have a great weekend.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now and estimate.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
You wanna hot body? You wanna Bugatti? You wanna Maserati? You better work, bitch. You want a Lamborghini? Sitting martinis, look hot in a bikini. You better work, bitch. You wanna live fancy, live in a big mansion, party in France. You better work, bitch. You better work, bitch. You better work, bitch. You better work, bitch. Now get to work, bitch. Now get to work, bitch. Bring it on, bring it on. Won't stop now, just be the champion. Work it hard like it's your profession. Watch out now, 'cause here it comes. Here comes the smash up. Here comes the master. Here comes the big beat. Big beat to blast ya. No time to quit now. Just time to get it out. Pick up what I'm putting down. Pick up what I'm putting down. You want a hot body? You want a Bugatti? You want a Maserati? You better work, bitch. You want a Lamborghini? Sitting martinis, look hot in a bikini. You better work, bitch. You wanna live fancy, live in a big mansion, party in France. You better work, bitch. You better work, bitch. You better work, bitch. You better work, bitch. Now get to work, bitch. Now get to work, bitch. Break it up, break it down. See me coming, you can hear my sound. Tell somebody in your town. Spread the word, spread the word. Go call the police, go call the governor. I bring the trouble, they bring the trouble. I make the bubble, call me the bubble. I am the bad bitch, the bitch that you never know. Hold your head high, fingers to the sky. They gon' try ya, but they can't deny ya. Keep it moving higher and higher. Keep it moving higher and higher. So hold your head high, fingers to the sky. Now they don't believe ya, but they gon'